Morning, everyone. We have an extra item under section 46A, part 7 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 this morning. We will need to consider this in public excluded. This item is called an update from the Chair and Chief Executive Performance and Employment Committee. The reason this is not on the agenda, there has been recent developments that the Chair and CE of Performance and Employment Committee, I am of the view that we need to be considered by the Council. The reason for this report cannot wait is because it is an ongoing statutory process already underway and we need to resolve the next steps. Can we please move into PX? Do I have a seconder? Jake, thank you.
Do you want Susan Rowe to approve that Susan Rowe stays in the room?
Who stays in the room?
Susan Rowe. It's Susan Rowe, isn't it? We need to approve that Susan Rowe stays in the room?
Yeah. Which one's Susan?
Rowe.
Just standing up.
With Susan Rowe staying.
Oh, she's sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, so you need to put the motion first.
Okay, so I do need...
Yeah, everyone.
And the only thing is, can I also just have another mover and seconder that Susan Rowe stays in the room? Tim is moving it and I'm seconding.
Sorry, we need to open with
All those in favour?
We need to open with the karakia. We haven't even done that.
Yanni, we're doing this, okay?
Okay,
Stop
cool.
confusing my day. It's been a very big week.
I'll be behaved for the rest of it.
Stop it. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and I'm sorry it's almost good afternoon. I feel so sorry that we've actually shagged you around, for want of a better word, and thank you for your patience for sitting outside. Apologies, we have no apologies. Councillor Goff is joining us on Zoom. Declarations of interest, we have Councillor Johansson declaring conflict on item 12, Councillor Goff on item 15. We will now move through to public participation. So first we have is Beta.
No, Rachel.
Right, oh, so, am I? You just two. Rachel, thank you. You're in. I'd like to welcome Rachel from the Aranui Community Trust to say a few words. The Trust does some really awesome work. I know it does awesome work in Aranui community, running a variety of programs and providing local access to important services. Over to you, Rachel.
Oh. Okay, right. Kia ora
And
koutou.
sorry for holding you up.
Oh, that's fine. Kia ora koutou. My name's Rachel Whanatia and I'm from the Aranui Community Trust in Aranui. Thank you for the opportunity today to be able to present our award to the Christchurch City Council in an acknowledgement of all the partnership and collaboration that we have done with you over the last 25 years. So with me today, I have my team. I've got Chrissy, Alex, Trent and Sarah. And there's just a couple of things I want to do. I want to acknowledge you as a group. I want to acknowledge your support and investment into the Aranui community over the last 23 years. We have worked on massive projects out there, just to name a few: upgrades to Wainoni Park, the new community centre, the Aranui new library, support with events, the Ripani Mā, which is on the corner of Wainoni and Hampshire Street. We worked together through, there was terrible events that happened down there and 2 people lost their lives to acts of violence, and we received total support from Bob Parker and the council at that time to be able to work with council in that space and how that was going to look in the future for our community. And it's a fantastic place that we go to every year in terms of reflecting the White Ribbon campaign throughout New Zealand. We live and breathe that every day, so that's been a fantastic add to our community. We've also worked over the years on speed reduction projects, and we're still working on those and continuing those into the future for Aranui. And we've also worked together, and you've supported preparedness around emergency plans for not only our community, but you've also supported our community to be able to support other communities, namely 32 of those throughout Christchurch, over to the west, around us being able to help them coordinate their preparedness plan in terms of emergency. Your collaboration and support and encouragement of us has been outstanding over the years, and without you guys we wouldn't have been able to do what we've done in terms of memorandum of understanding, working with Housing New Zealand, now Kāinga Order, and lots of other organisations that have invested into the community. I would like to acknowledge and say to you that I'm here presenting this award on behalf of our board, and also the late Rob Davison, which lots of you know, that was my boss for 20 years, our first patron, Leanne Dalzell, and our board now led by Mark Scowen, who was the principal of Avondale Primary for 24 years. My staff are outstanding, and we love working with and for the community of Aranui to enhance it as a good place to live. And I just want to finally say that in terms of the leadership of the council, we have received not only personal support, but absolutely overall support under the leadership of Gary Moore, Bob Parker, Leanne Dalzell, and now Phil Major, who's our mate. And I've brought your T-shirt today, Phil. I know that you're a busy man now, and I just ring your phone, I expect you to pick it up. And of course, you don't, because you're a busy man. And I bought a couple of posters to promote one of our events that we've got on here, Affirm. You've all received an invite in your inbox. I know you would be having millions of emails in your inbox, but we've personally invited each and every one of you and the elected board members of Aranui, Wainoni, Linwood, with Yanni and Kelly and all the elected members that support us. To come and be a part of the official opening, and you've contributed to that event as well. So, on behalf of Aranui, we'd love to present you with this.
Come up, Rachel. But
Yeah.
And I must say, you've all got your invites to the event. I have been to it twice. You shouldn't make fun of some of the go. These guys know what's going on around the place before it happens.
You want to take it up?
You've got the fancy stuff.
No, Susan's in the way.
Chris is into it too.
Right, that's us.
Thank you very much for coming in. Okay, now we've got Beta who will speak regarding the lack of safe bike paths from Burwood, Avondale and the Parkland suburbs. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Phil, I have no present for you. I'm so sorry.
That'll go down on my
The
report.
big faux pas, no team, no supporters. Anyhow, 5 minutes, it's very short time. Let's ready, steady, go. So I would like to advocate for cycleways. And when that project appeared a few years ago, I was thinking, yes, there's a chance for Christchurch to have a safety way to commute to work. And as the title said, I'm advocating for cycleway for Burwood and Parkland. Why is over there? Because if you look at another side, there's if you just go from 12 to 3, you can see completely lack of cycleway. I don't want to explain what is cycleway because I think people would know. But these purple lanes, they present cycleways, and you can see there's a lack of northeast, not whatsoever. And I thought, okay, which button? Sorry.
The little red one. Back a
Okay,
bit.
thank
Back a
you.
bit.
So there will be a slide movement.
No. It'll light it up like this.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, you stop time. Thank you very much. I will just do rehearsal. Hold on. No, I can't. Okay, never mind. You will know. This I just stuff up already. I will go to the next slide. And I thought, okay, when I moved from Papanui, what you can see that nice lane over there, which is parallel to Papanui Road. And when I moved to Burwood, I thought, okay, there's no cycleways because we've got that beautiful cycle lanes, Marshlands and Hills Road. And I thought, well, this is what we need. However, when I tried to go through that one, let's have a look how we look alike. So cycle lane by cycleways. So this is cycleway what's presented now with that yellow lane. It's just basically painted line with white paint, which is supposed to give us some access to bike, but also if you can see there's a car over there parked on the way. So not really compromising us, not them. Next slide. I want to see how much potential hazard is on these cycle lanes. So you can see the yellow bike. And imagine that is you, or imagine that would be your child, teenager going to school or maybe after school program. And they are biking. There's a car parked over there because they just can't park over there. Why not? And if you can see in the back, really back, there's another white car coming through. I'm sorry, I just really like to use this pilot, this remote control. And that potentially would be next to this bike, and the cyclist would be between the parked car and the potential driving past another cars. Well, not really safe and ideal place to bike. Now, next scenario, let's have a look on Hills Road. Well, you can see the arrow, you can see the parked car, you can see the passing car, and would you like to be between these two cars when you go to the center? Would you like your child having there when bike to the center? Would you? I wouldn't. And by the way, I just stopped cycling there after 1 month of trying because I thought it's actually too dangerous. Next one, we just saw that photo before, but you can see that red line. So potentially there could be bike over there. There's a parked car and I am the passenger. And you can see how much gap it would be between these two cars and how much is left for the cyclist. There's none left. Now let's go to another scenario. You can see the Hills Road, that is from satellite photo. And yes, there is a cycle lane visible. However, there are cars who are parked on site. And the Hills Road is absolutely very heavy traffic road when very big vehicles, huge vehicles passing by. And I guarantee you this is not high peak. This is not 5 o'clock or 9 o'clock when you have to commute to work. It's not. This kind of looks relaxing, but if you go there, it's not that relaxed at all. Let's go to the next one. So this is Akaroa Street, which connects to Briggs Road and to that cycle lane which I mentioned before. And that red lines, they are the places when cars can just park. So if the cars parked over there and there are another passing by cars, again, there's no place for cyclists. And of course, cyclists, they cannot use sidewalk. So that is actually excluded road and it's not very safe. I'm going quickly to the end. This is Marshlands Road, another parallel line. And you can see there's an island over there. There's another car parked over there. And really not much space left, especially that is the traffic of the buses. And they just go quite frequently. So again, it's not really a safe place to bike. And this is my, I just made a purple lane over there. If you can see, it's not on the agenda even, but I thought actually this is a good place if we can have potential cycleway, and that goes through Lakewood Drive, Lake Terrace Road and Horseshoe Lake. And this is exactly parallel to this mentioned before, which is Marshlands and Hills Road. And that would be great connection to the parkland. And this is how it looks alike. If we go with the Horseshoe Lake, on this side, I'm just showing with my hand, avoiding left and right. This is a golf course, and this one is a red zone. And I think this is actually a very nice place to have a potential cycleway and without much compromising of the parking place, because there's no park cars, because this is not it's not developed place, and there's no how you say urbanic place, and there are no houses there. And this is how we look alike. It's parallel to Marshland, and you can see the Horseshoe Lake, which is a green zone, and this is the golf course. Well, ideal place to be the cycleway. And that's all. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. And it's always good that people come with a problem, but also come with a suggestion on maybe how to fix the problem. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, if you have any questions,
No, we've run out of time and we're having a bad day.
And I'm sorry for the audience. I have to go to work, so thank you.
Right, now, just before we go into deputation by appointment, just need to say that I have taken item 12 off the agenda because there's not enough information in it, so just let councillors know that's happening. There's not enough information. So next we've got Sunita and John, please, who are coming up. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Kia ora, Mayor and Councillors. I am Sunita Gautam and with John Miller here, and we are in our personal capacity today to speak to you guys, and we don't necessarily reflect any views of our community board. I'd like to express my concern regarding the Streetscape program outlined in LTP as a community representatives of Central Ward. We commend City Councils for its commitment to enhancing the urban environment through the Streetscape program. This initiative aligns with the vision of creating a vibrant, sustainable, and people-centric city.
Yes, this will be discussed in item 11 of today's meeting, and I, having lived quite close to this shopping community for 2 decades, I've witnessed its vibrant history. It had a butcher, a baker, a great pizza maker, and much, much more. But like a lot of places, from destruction of the 2011 earthquake, it cast an instant shadow on the area, leading to a decline in businesses and a vacuum that has given rise to a lot of antisocial behaviour, and it really has broke the community fabric there. And hundreds of people now do their shopping and errands by driving their cars to places further afield.
The journey of this project has been marked by a series of carefully planned stages, each representing a significant step towards its ultimate implementation. It has involved the dedication and hard work of numerous individuals and stakeholders who have contributed their time, expertise, and resources to bring the project to its current stage. However, despite the progress made, there is a critical juncture ahead. The successful realization of this project relies heavily on the support and commitment of the City Council. Their role is pivotal to its ensuring the project moves from the planning to development phase and actually implementation.
Yeah, I see the project as crucial for at least 3 reasons. One is the community has patiently awaited the project, and the engagement process has yielded a plan that excites many. Secondly, a walkable centre is vital, considering that this is the only commercial hub that exists between that wide swath of land between Latimer Square and Linwood Ave, catering to an increasing intensity of population. And thirdly, the project's already motivating community and private investments, fostering a sense of unity and prosperity.
For the vulnerable community involved, the stakes are exceptionally high. This project holds the promise of positive change, improvement in living conditions, and overall well-being of the community members. If, unfortunately, the Christchurch City Council fails to fulfill its commitment and deliver the necessary support, it would be similar to dealing a severe blow to the aspiration and hopes of this vulnerable community.
The current project is the result of extensive collaboration between the community, council, businesses and various stakeholders. Already the expectation of this project has propagated positive changes. I've seen people starting to gather and interact and enjoy the street again lately. This momentum, fueled by municipal, community and private energies, significantly de-risks the community return on investment. It's evident that proceeding with the planned streetscaping project is a safe and promising path to a better future. Let's keep going with this. Let's proceed as planned and pave a way for the Inner East's future. Let's finish this job and turn this block into a symphony of community resurgence where every step echoes the promise of a brighter tomorrow.
In practical terms, the failure to secure council support could mean a halt or setback in the project, leaving the community in an uncertain situation. The envisioned benefits such as improved infrastructure, services, or community development might remain unrealized. This potential setback could have far-reaching consequences, possibly making the end of community's hope for positive change and improvement to their circumstances. Therefore, the call for the City Councillors' action is not just a formality. It is a crucial lifeline for a community that has invested its trust and expectations in the success of this project. The outcome will significantly impact the trajectory of community's future, either paving the way for positive transformation or casting shadows of uncertainty and disappointment. So now ball is in your court, guys. And you are in front of your community to answer what you promised. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you very much. So, anyone got any questions? You must have done an extremely good presentation. Thank you very much for coming
Thank
in.
you.
That's
Thank
good. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Okay, now we have a joint presentation from Jenny Smith and Matthew Talbot speaking also on item 11. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor, councillors. So we're following on. We're taking a different perspective. Jenny Smith and myself represent the two major organisations, groups that are keeping the flame alive in this area. I came in about 3 years ago after a history in developing digital transformation projects, and I wanted to get out of software, and I felt like I needed to get into real life in my backyard. That's why I took on this project. And one of the big reasons I took it on is because I knew that the Streetscape project was going to happen, and I knew that council and others were going to be behind it. That's why I took a risk. That's why I changed a tack in my life to do what I'm doing. Also, with my background in marketing communications, I felt like I had the ability to do more than traditional developers can do. And because I live in the area, I've got time on my side as well. So I can do things which other people can't do. That's why I took the step. And I knew that in order to build things, we first need to build belief. So I've got a PDF here. Is that going to work? Oh, good. So I've got to work in the way that I've been able to. And we've put on food events. This is one with 200 people queuing down the road at the beginning of this year. People said that, no one was, there was no market in this area, but we can reveal the hidden potential. There is a market in this area for great things to happen. I should say a lot of these guys came from across town and came with money as well. We can show how value is created as well. This was an art exhibition from a series that I put on. This particular one was Bridget Allen, who's the director of the Green Lab. In fact, those tiles on the roof, they were printed on the old Pinex tiles, which were going to go to landfill. She's printed on them, and they are available for sale. I've got a form here which I'll pass around, and you can express interest to buy them. She's an established artist, and they're $50 each. That money will go back into an arts fund for the continuation of arts events in the area. We're creating something from nothing, and we're creating good stories. And we can inspire others to step up. You know, this is what happened in the weekend. A group came in, originally wanted to do a Matariki event. They're tapped well into Māori Pacifica, and they're into the woman behind it really wanted to bring music and young people into the area. She succeeded. She did really well. So I'm really opening the doors to other people to come in and do things. I'm painting an ideal picture here, but it doesn't always work out that way. You know, we build belief by showing collective hope. That's what I'm trying to do, and that's what we're doing with these activities. But it doesn't turn out that way. This is what our street looks like at the moment. You might notice the sign's fallen off. And bad stories run rife in this area. And bad stories are everywhere. While it's just us working in isolation, it doesn't look great. And it makes my life, as days go on and nothing happens, it makes my life increasingly impossible to get any belief in any tenant over the line. And I can't tell you how many interested people I've talked with who are really into the idea of being there, and they see the potential, and then they'll go away, and then I won't hear from them, and in a week I'll get in touch, and someone on the board was worried about our brand. You know, maybe we just need to wait and see what happens in this area. In isolation, the stories run rife. We cannot take on the responsibility for change by ourselves. That's why we need the support of the big guns, the big names, primarily council. It's killing the belief, it's undermining reputation, it's destroying hope at the moment by there being no presence, no change visible except just us. We see the limits of expecting one group or person to save the day. And in this environment, I'm seeing cynicism. I'm seeing people lobbing stones from the outside, apathy and egos. It is pretty horrible what's happening, and it's pretty destructive, you know. And as individuals, we're just taking it on the chin, but only can for so long. Without a collective effort, everyone loses. Stanmore Road's a collective responsibility by those who can. It's not up to Jenny and Te Whare Romata. It's not up to me. It's for all of us. And honestly, my message is, it's a no-brainer. This has to happen. My message is it has to happen now. I was at construction ready to park their trucks up on the 20th of November, and from my understanding, they're just going to delay that, and if it happens next year, then that's going to have a massive impact on what I can do going into the new year. Stanmore, it's what you make it. The responsibility is for all of us. Jenny, sorry I've taken most of your time.
All good. So our hope out of this, Mia, is that maybe you might get some of your bulldozers along and start helping get the streetscape underway. But anyway, we thank you for this opportunity to support the continued funding of the Streetscape project for the Linwood Village. I'm Jenny Smith from Te Whare Romata, and I'm a community development worker for the Trust, working alongside the people of the inner city east and Linwood neighbourhoods. So the Streetscape project was part of a promise made by the Christchurch City Council in 2012 to the inner city neighbourhoods when the master plan program was developed for the 12 most damaged shopping centres in the city following the September 2010 and February 2011 quakes. The Linwood Village Master Plan was adopted by the Council in August 2012. Since the earthquakes, the village has struggled with vacant sections and empty shops. That's in part the consequence of losing just over 60% of its built environment. But it wasn't just the buildings that were lost, it was also the key services and the businesses, alongside a safe place that people used to like to go to, which all contributed to the village being a funky, quirky corner of the city. The Streetscape project was an integral part of the master plan, and its aim is to provide a way of creating a welcoming, lively, safe urban village. All the things that we hope for, the other side of what Matthew has been painting. A sentiment which is often expressed by residents in a variety of community-led fora. Tidiness and pride in the neighbourhood's appearance has been a long-held, repeated concern. Likewise, the local community has expressed firm support for the council to invest in the area. Having gained approval for the Streetscape project, We are aware that efforts to secure funding for this work has often been pushed out. Up until a decision was made for the project to be brought forward from its former start date in 2026 to a new starting date in the 2022-23 year. We understand that since getting council approval for work to begin, additional funds have been secured from the government's Climate Emergency Response Fund, and these are extras. We stress this fund is in addition to money earmarked by council for this project. We also stress that this project would have gone ahead sooner if this extra government funding hadn't been received. We strongly believe that the investment made in the village's streetscape will not only benefit the businesses, but also the community, and will be a catalyst for future development at the village and in and around the surrounding neighbourhood. For some of you may know that the Inner City East has a number of complex, deep-seated issues that it confronts. This project can't solve those, but it certainly can go a long way towards improving a more welcoming environment and an improved identity for the village. For these reasons, we believe that this project has considerable merit, and we look forward to a positive response. Thank you.
Look at that. Absolutely spot on timing down to the second. Well done, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we've got Graham, who's... Thank you. Yep. We've got Graham who's speaking regarding item 16, Climate Change Portfolio Report. Welcome, Graham.
Mayor Major and councillors and staff, thank you for this opportunity to make a submission supporting the latest Climate Change Portfolio Report to the Christchurch City Council. The remarks I'm going to make are of a rather general nature, so I hope you'll forgive me for that. But given the short notice, we couldn't come up with anything specific, but I think these more general remarks will be worth listening to. I hope so. Now, where do we go? We fully support this Climate Change Portfolio Report, and we respectfully urge all councillors to take it seriously. The urgency and seriousness of the global climate crisis is unprecedented in human history. We need to understand that the impact of climate disruption will not just be felt locally via increasingly erratic and adverse weather events and rising sea levels. It will seriously impact the economies of our major trading partners. The economic damage caused by global heating is accelerating, and it will continue to accelerate unless we shift rapidly to a low emissions economy. This will place, or the failure to do so will place increasing and ultimately ruinous financial pressure on local, regional and national governments. It's been said sometimes that Aotearoa is such a small country that nothing we do really matters. We strongly refute that argument. Kiwis have always prided themselves on showing leadership. Multiple analyses show that a rapid transition to a low-carbon economy is not merely the right thing to do for our kids' sake. Even from a purely economic viewpoint, it just makes more sense. The traditional solution for economic problems has always been more growth. We contend that this is an outmoded and dysfunctional mindset. It's a self-serving fantasy, and as such is a betrayal of our future. A healthy economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of a healthy biosphere, and a healthy biosphere includes a livable climate. The economy is an energy system, not a financial one. because literally nothing that has any economic value whatsoever can be supplied without the use of energy. The notion of green growth is also starting to fall out of favour with energy analysts. It's basically just an extension of the old endless growth fallacy. The reality is that globally we're now faced with degrowth, so we might as well get used to it. As humanity passes peak prosperity, there is a genuine risk, and I think we're already beginning to see this playing out globally, that citizens' dissatisfaction will express itself in increasingly extreme and divisive politics. History suggests that this could in turn bring about a rise in fascism. These are not cheerful thoughts to contemplate, but they are thoughts that we need to face and contemplate. The old endless growth mindset really has to go. The function of rational government now has to be to maximise the well-being of citizens within realistic planetary boundaries. We cannot allow climate disruption to bring about societal breakdown. We recognise that any solution to this crisis must involve partnerships between citizens, businesses and the various arms of government. Now, it's not the role of 350 Otatahi to prescribe the details. That's what we pay politicians and administrators to do. But we do urge our councillors to face the future and embrace both the threats and the opportunities it will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. That's brilliant. Pauline's got a...
Thank you. Very interesting deputation. Can I ask you a question, please, Graham? On that issue of growth, because it really interests me, the growth issue.
Yeah.
And I noticed that Queenstown have reported they had 8% growth last year. And you can imagine that confined geographical area bursting at the seams. But what are the tools that we can use to actually potentially limit the growth of areas like that, or even Aotearoa?
I wish I knew.
You get that sort of Goldilocks number, isn't it? So
Yeah. I don't think there's any simple solutions to this, and I think it's going to be exacerbated by the likelihood that large parts of Central Asia, Africa, where I grew up, large parts of these areas may become unlivable for humans in the lifetime of today's kids. So we're going to be under increasing pressure to accept migrants. I don't actually have any simple answers to give. It's pretty grim. All I can suggest is that we don't regard growth as a good thing, that we accept it where we have to as a necessary evil, and we also accept that as part of the move towards degrowth, we should understand that there's an equity issue here, that those of us who are not well off deserve a fair crack of the whip, whereas those who own multiple rental properties and big yachts and goodness knows what fly across the world for their holidays every year, are these people anything less than parasitic? I think there's a huge issue here of social equity that is tied in with of creating a viable future, and that is tied in, and I must admit to being deeply confused here. It's tied in with the idea that if we have to accept population growth, we shouldn't accept it as a good. We should just accept it as a necessity, a reality. But we shouldn't think, wow, this is great. Let's have more people. Let's build cities across more urban, more arable farmland. Let's have more airports. Let's bring in more people. Yay, it's all good. It's not good.
Yep.
And all I can suggest is that we do what we can to slow the process to give our kids a chance at a better future.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. Speaking of growth, I understand you to be a Hallsville resident.
Yes.
Where there are new subdivisions being built that aren't necessarily connected by footpaths. So in some cases, families have to physically drive to the nearby park or reserve because there's no safe way to walk there.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how that type of growth and that type of planning is consistent with declaring a climate emergency and our climate goals?
Well, this is a really good question. Living in Hallsville as I do, I'd actually first like to commend the council for the fantastic network of wetlands, walking tracks and cycle tracks that have been implemented throughout the new subdivisions. I would love to see more walkable suburbs and more foot access. Quite frankly, I think the work that's been done in this area has been pretty good. It can always improve, but I've been really impressed just driving and cycling in our local area that the access that there is via footpaths and cycleways. I'd like to see more, obviously. Another issue that comes to mind is why we're building so many of these new subdivisions with black roofs, which creates an urban heat island effect. And this is all extremely complicated stuff. I don't have any easy answers, but those are some thoughts on the issue. Yeah.
Okay, all done. Thank you. Sorry, Yano, I haven't got any.
Thank you very much.
More time. So, but now, a letter from the Mayor of Wisconsin, and I'd like to invite Councillor Johansson to present the letter from the Mayor, Wisconsin, Madison, USA, which was received at the Civic Welcome for the Friendship Force Group on the 6th of November. Far away.
Thank you. So as councillors may not be aware, I'm the current patron of the Friendship Force for Christchurch. And just to say very quickly, the idea of Friendship Force is to foster peace and understanding throughout the world by means of personal contacts and shared experiences through a program of home hosting. And so what happens in Christchurch is several times a year, delegations will come from overseas, from Friendship Force clubs internationally. They'll come into our city and our local club hosts them. We were very lucky last week and privileged to have a Friendship Force come from Madison, Wisconsin. And as part of that, they handed over a mayoral proclamation, which I'll just read now. It starts, whereas Friendship Force of Wisconsin, Madison, and Friendship Force of Christchurch, New Zealand have a common purpose to promote world peace through personal friendship, and whereas such understanding and friendship comes from sharing in the everyday experiences of living by people of different cultures, ethnic origins, and background, and whereas Friendship Force International and Friendship Force of Wisconsin, Madison make significant contributions to understanding commerce and friendship among peoples of the nations of the world by means of group exchanges and home hosting, both in Wisconsin and in other nations. And whereas the many hours of volunteer time have been spent planning and coordinating this activity, which often goes unnoticed, and whereas the people who open their hearts, minds, and homes in friendship do make the difference, and whereas the memories and experiences of each individual shows that the people of the world can understand one another. Now, therefore, it is resolved that I, Satya Rhodes Conway, Mayor of Madison, Wisconsin, notify Phil Major, Mayor of Christchurch, New Zealand, and proclaiming November 5th through 11th, 2023 as the Friendship Force Christchurch, New Zealand Friendship Week in the city of Madison. So a very nice proclamation and an acknowledgement of our special relationship. So I'd just like to hand this proclamation to the Mayor.
Right. He's there. So we're just going to whip it, because we're going to have lunch very soon. I'll just whip in to get item 8 up and running now. So I'd like to ask Mark Stevenson to come to the table, please. Thank you.
So this report is approval of a submission on the proposed national policy statement on natural hazards decision making. It's due the 20th of this month, and the submission makes comments on the proposal to introduce national direction in how we manage natural hazards through our district plan and other methods. The council supports the overall direction of the NPS of a risk-based approach, but it does raise concerns with, particularly around consideration of tolerance in determining risk, and we think that presents a number of issues which are outlined in the report and the submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So, where is it? So, has anyone got any questions of Mark? Councillor Templeton is happy to move, and Councillor Scandrett is happy to second. Any debate of anyone? Nope. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so to try and catch up a little bit of time, is everyone happy to come back at 1 o'clock? Have a short lunch. Is that all right? Okay, we're back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you. You all good, Josh? Good on you, mate. Thank you very much. You've got 2 in a row. You're very lucky.
Yeah, yeah. I'll keep my introduction relatively short, other than to say for both reports, the Capital Endowment and Discretionary Response, I'm very well supported by a team of community development advisors who have worked on these applications with the groups. We've spoken with other funders about all of them, and so happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, sorry, I'll just turn that on. Councillor Cotter.
Thank you. Just a notice in the table tennis, and I know this is more for improving the building for accessibility, and I just note that Rata has put in a significant contribution, which is quite a large one for them. And so are we kind of matching what Rata's put in? That's sort of the way we're kind of doing this?
I don't think it's a match necessarily. No. It just worked
Just
out.
a coincidence?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions of Josh? No? Now, this is just item 6 at this stage that we're doing. Yep. Any more questions? No? All right, we'll have someone to move that, please. Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Harrison-Hunt. Second it. So is there any debate? Nope. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you very much. So what? Yep. Number 7.
Yeah, much the same for the discretionary response. These are the applications that are 15,000 and above, and yeah, again, we have some staff here to comment on any particular application that may come up.
Okie doke. Councillor Cotter?
Look, I know the Kairos is a really, really good organisation and really worthy, and I know we've lost the other food bank, but I am questioning the amount for this, and particularly looking at the amounts the others have put in here, the matrix. So, and particularly Rata being quite low, and I thought this would be a really one that they would get behind more than they have. And you know, I'm concerned because Council does seem to be picking up a lot of the funding that others are reducing here. So if I was to move that we reduce this to, say, match the MSD, which is 75, I think, would this project still go ahead?
Yes, it would.
That'd be all right.
Yes, I think maybe the only effect that might be that the drivers, the people they employ to collect the food, it may be just slightly reduced hours, but it would still make a very significant impact on their ability to get more food in and give more food out.
So it would still go ahead, but it will reduce the amount of food.
It may do.
Some of the flow-on effect is that the smaller food banks that this food would be delivered to may come to council for funding to support that food to be delivered to them.
Right, so it'd be a wee bit pointless then. So
Yeah.
if we fund the full 90,000, which I think is a lot of money for us to put into something like this, because it's really not our fault that people are in this situation, we would expect them not to come to another fund at council.
A smaller amount, while and being judicious with the money that is left in the fund, that matching that MSD would probably still have a good impact. It may reduce, it may eliminate the need for other food banks to have to come to council for funding. And one community development advisor was approached yesterday by a new food bank wanting to apply for funding for money to pay for the food. So I think that it will make it depends on they have a waiting list. It will depend on the capacity to get that new food in. They are talking to Countdown and they are talking to Rata. So I think it may not potentially eliminate, because there may be still quite a demand on Kairos with more food banks going there. But we're hoping that it may actually alleviate that issue about food banks having to pay. So it's
Okay.
not 100%, but I think it would have definite impact.
I see where you're coming from. I feel a bit more comfortable now.
Yeah.
And also this group has works collaboratively with quite a lot of other organisations.
Absolutely, they do. They are very collaborative and they work very closely with other food banks. The ones in North Canterbury, they work closely with the City Mission. They've got a great relationship with MSD, Rata, and Countdown as well. So they're making a good impact.
Thank you. That's
Thank
a
you.
really good answer.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt, please.
Kia ora. Just for the public to understand, can we please go through, and I saw the rationale, go through the reason why we declined the loft?
Yes. So the lofts have come to council requesting funding primarily because the MSD contract has expired, and really, as a general stance, council, we don't like to pick up dropped contracts from central government. It sets a difficult precedent, particularly with the size of these positions. Declining this grant, it wouldn't mean that the co-working space falls over where the organisations operate. It's strictly the front of house, but primarily it's so that we're not picking up the central government contract that's been dropped.
Great, thanks. And how could we or would we support in the future, potentially, to support the loft in other ways?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think if these positions do fall away, which is looking quite likely, really the key is awareness of the entities that are existing in the loft. So there's probably some support we could give in terms of publicity that this is a space for people to come to. They'll lose the triaging effect that they have, where people can come and be directed into the services they need. That's just a reality of it. But certainly making sure the community know that those services are there and available would be key.
Sure. And those contractors that are working in the loft at the moment did talk about their need for agility to be able to provide those social services. Say they lose out on all of the 360, and I'm not saying that we should turn this on its head. What impact does that have on the city if the government don't front up to the 360?
It's a tough situation. It really is. Probably you have some people, and the reason that the loft is so well utilised in that space is that people can come. There's an effect where they can essentially tell their family if there's a family abuse situation. They're just going to the library. There's potentially people don't feel comfortable approaching that anymore, and you have some unresolved situations, some tensions. There may be an effect on family violence type. Unfortunately, it's a central government call in that regards.
Councillor Hunt, the loft are recipients of the Strengthening Communities Fund, so there are other avenues for supporting specific activities. We're just averse to automatically filling in from a government withdrawal on this one. I'm reasonably confident that most of the services will continue.
Fantastic. Just noting that the government need to really intervene here. Cheers. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan, did you have your hand up? Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of remind councillors, we've already got an outstanding resolution to write to the minister, local MPs and MSD. We're just waiting for the new minister to come into effect. So the council has passed a resolution to try and seek central government support, and maybe we want to note that. I just wanted to check with staff over the Kairos application. I'm just trying to understand, of the food banks that were supported by Food Bank Aotearoa, how many of those groups will then be able to get support from Kairos if we approve this one then?
They'll all be able to go. There is a waiting list because it's the capacity to get the food in and to get the food out. So having some drivers and in the relationship with Countdown, they can get more food and then get more food out. So it will hopefully reduce or eliminate the waiting list.
Right. And do we have anything in the agreement that would mean that Kairos could not charge as we saw the other group do?
They will never charge. We did ask them that. Would there ever be a scenario? And they said no. It is definitely not part of their kaupapa and will never charge.
Yeah, so we fund Kairos. They make the food available to these local groups.
Yes, they do.
Who then offer it to the community.
They do. On one side of their building, literally, is the food hub, so it's money in. The food banks come up, food in, food out. On the other side, Monday and Friday, they have the free store where individuals and families can go and have a meal. They can pick up grocery items themselves. They can also have showers, and there's a place to wash and dry their clothes. Right. They have budgeting advice and financial advice.
Do we know how many, like in the application it says there's 30 food banks. Do we know how many food banks we have total in Christchurch and how many were at the other organisation?
Off the top of my head, no, because some more, like the application that came in wanting funding from council for money was a new one too, for in the Shirley Linwood area. So I'm just trying to think. I don't have that number, but I can find out.
Yeah, I guess I'm just really keen to make sure that we do address the gap that's been, or the cost that's been created with the new. Yeah. What's happened with the lack of support from those other ones that are no longer able to continue. And so I just want to make sure that they can access Kairos if we give this funding.
I think it's fair to say it's a rapidly changing situation. Obviously, the Food Bank Aotearoa report a few months back, and this is addressing that need.
Yeah. So the director of Kairos Food Rescue was in Auckland last week talking to the New Zealand Food Network, which is quite a, that manages nationally that focus. So they've been up there talking to them and talking to Countdown. Right. So that it really is something that is on the radar, top of the list to manage that food supply.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we know why MSD withdrew their funding from the loft? The reasoning for it? And I've read through it. There's no.
Yeah, sorry. I believe we do. I'd need to get back to you on that though.
Okay. And were we given a heads up with regards to that withdrawal of the MSD funding?
We've known it for a number of months.
Okay.
At this point.
And the second one, with regards to the Christchurch Resettlement Service, when with refugees, when does the government stop supporting? Yeah. Sorry, it's surprised.
No, it's great. This is John Slaughter, Community Development Advisor for Safety.
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, John Slaughter. Yes, it's my first time here, so I've done this. I've done this one. I didn't know the answer to that question, but my colleague Viviana told me, whispered in my ear, I was coming. It's 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So would resolve to write to MSD and MPs and so on and so forth. Have we already written to MSD with regards to the loft? We haven't. Why is that? But we're also writing to MSD itself in addition to the Minister of Social Development. Would it not be useful to be sending that anyway in the meantime? Yeah. Well, we've already know who local MPs are as well. I mean, I imagine there's some who... Yeah, well, if we're writing to all of the above, I'm just wondering, yeah. Yeah. Cool,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Who else?
Josh wants to say something.
Sorry, I just I have an answer for Councillor Scandrick's question about why the positions. The government withdrew 200 positions, and these were 3 of them. I believe they were put in place because of COVID, and with COVID phasing out, these positions are phasing out also.
So what was happening before? It's kind of like something's happened. A process has been put in place, and now it's going back to what was pre-COVID. And so suddenly, but there's more funding required.
There's a desire from the loft to continue it on.
Yep.
And they're seeking support for that. But it is above pre-COVID levels.
So this requirement from the loft, if you look at it, would be a permanent requirement for the future. So they'll be back, whether we agree or disagree to fund it, it will be back next year.
If council chose to fund these positions, it is highly likely that they would return in 12 months for funding to support these positions again.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So that's the end of questions. I've got a mover? Councillor Peters, happy to move it. Not a question, is it? Happy to move it, and I'm happy to second it. Thank you. So is any debate?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Councillor Hanson.
Just wanted to move that. Well, first, just get a noting provision that council has formally resolved to already write to MSD, local MPs, and the minister, expressing concern at the loss of funding for the loft. But I also just wanted to move an amendment under 4 that we lie the application on the table until we've had a response.
Can you do an amendment now? I've moved and seconded it. You can, I think.
Yeah. So it's just for 4 that, yeah. So
John's got a bit of a response to that. Didn't you say that we were already funding them?
Yeah, they're funded through the Strengthening Communities Fund. If the councillor is raising that amendment, Josh might like to talk to the total amount of money available in the Discretionary Response Fund, and if we were to hold that over, it may be that there's no money for anything else. We've run out.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not saying that we hold the money over. I was just simply meaning that we don't just decline the application now ahead of getting the response from the, we still might decline it after we get the response from the government agencies, but it was just really giving it, not declining it today until we know what the response from central government has been.
Okay, so have you got a seconder for that, Yanni? Yep. Councillor Donovan?
It could be on the table for a while if they don't form a government.
Okay. So have you got your amendment floating around somewhere, Yanni? You've sent it through, have you?
I can if you want. I thought it was a relatively straightforward one, but I'm happy to type up some wording.
Okay, so do we wait round?
It's bizarre that we're putting another noting provision when we've already put that resolution through. Really what you're wanting to know is when will that letter be written, and I think that's an internal advice thing.
Well, as soon as we know who the Minister of whatever it is.
But we know who the local MPs are, and there is some urgency on this matter, so it would be good to have some on the way.
But it will be good once we know who the Minister of that is, because then I can write to them on a higher level.
But if we're writing to all of the above, yeah.
Okay. So, righto, where are we at with the amendment? Number 5. So we've got a mover and seconder, haven't we? So we put the amendment.
Just include it in the thing.
You happy to leave it? Put it in, Mo? It's just the loft application that's going on table. The rest of it still goes through. Am I right in saying that?
Can I ask for a point of clarification?
Yeah. And that might clarify something in my mind as well.
For Yanni's motion, does that mean that the money in the discretionary response fund will be held, which would potentially hinder others? No. Great. Okay. Cool.
So it's just putting it there for their application can sit on the table. Okay.
And it's just, sorry, just to be clear, under 5, it's while awaiting the response from the Ministry of Social Development and the Minister to our letter.
Who wants to? All right. So, John, do you have something else to say?
The information that staff would want to contribute is the application from the loft exceeds the total amount of money available this year in the discretionary response fund. So if the council is of a view to lie that over because it wants to continue that, continue the debate, it would be very, very difficult for staff to consider other applications to this fund, knowing that this bigger application is pending. That's the drawback.
You don't need to hold the money, John.
Okay, I'm going to put this amendment separate. Okay? Right, so we've got a mover and seconder. I am putting number 5, or any debate on that, sorry, Councillor Scandrick.
Yeah, look, this isn't the first one that's come in front of us with regards to another funder walking away and technically leaving us holding the whatever you want to call it. But it's we've got to be really mindful that this won't be the last one, and we are going into a really tight long-term plan. So this is important to someone. Everything is important to someone or some group. So we've got to somehow get the message out to those other funders, whoever they may be, that we are not the last defence. We have to have a structure. Our staff are absolutely excellent at looking at this, and I want to thank them for the work we do, but I am really mindful of the hard times coming and of the widespread that we are responsible for. So please be aware of, just remember that.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison-Hunt, please.
I, for one, have visited the loft and met many of those organisations within the loft that provide such important social outcomes for the East, in particular around the emergency and need for social intervention, for therapy, for social work, for youth work, and actually just for Manaaki. What I cannot do, though, at this point in time, is make a decision on the lack of clarity within this, noting that John has just said that there is a risk of him having to think about putting projects aside in lieu of this. So therefore, I'd be happy to support the loft in any other way, through the Strengthening Communities Fund, through another discretionary response fund, and also in respect of us understanding the staff rationale behind why they turned this down. If we did even think about giving them anything of around OPEX and providing jobs for this, in the matrix it did say that they are setting a precedent that could open us up for more things. And everyone around this table has always talked about precedent, and I have been quite either contrasting or alongside that. I've worked alongside that, but this here is not setting the right precedent. The government need to step up. It's our time to hold MSD and the government to account and challenge that. And to be honest, this current government actually do like throwing money into things like this, particularly around the old Whānau Water Fund. So I think that we're in a really good case to be asking for this around funding interventions. So therefore, I will not be in support of this motion, and I would like like to continue to do the good work and see the good work that the loft do. Kia ora.
Councillor Peters.
Thank you. I concur with Councillor Harrison-Hunt there, and I'm not convinced that this is our core business, and I think opening ourselves up for this is, I think, potentially dangerous. Totally value what the loft do and all the organisations that are in there, and don't want to hinder them in any way, but I think as a council we've got to be mindful, as Councillor Scandrick mentioned, we're in some pretty tight times now and going forward. So to open ourselves up for this sort of DRF application and funding would be really dangerous to do at this stage, and to tie up our DRF and not have the ability to fund other applications whilst this is still in the wind, I think would be really unfortunate for us and the other organisations in our city. So I won't be able to support that amendment.
Thank you. Look, I don't see an issue with the amendment because there's no staff recommendation here for any amount because it's a decline. Therefore, there's no obligation for staff to retain that funding in the account. And the thing is, if we decline it and a letter came back and said MSD was going to change their mind and contribute, then we would be unable to accept another application from them, because if it's declined, you can't have another one come in the same year. So this is just really leaving this open pending a response, and just in case there's a miraculously positive one, which would enable us to, or staff to, make a recommendation of a contribution which would certainly in my view, not be the 360,000, but I'm sure that they wouldn't recommend something that high, particularly since that would exhaust the fund. And in the meantime, other funding applications can be progressed. So I don't see this as holding the money. I think it's just keeping this open, just in case there's a positive response and it can be progressed. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. I'm happy to support the amendment today. While I acknowledge Councillor Peters' point about the really tight times that we're going through as a council, that residents generally are, those who are going through the tightest times are those who visit the loft. And I'd like to see us just see if there's anything more we can do in the meantime. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. It is correct that the government needs to step up. Worst case scenario, there may be a time where we will have to step up on this issue. They are in survival mode. They provide a critical service. To establish a service is a lot of hard work. Having it retained would be the ideal outcome. So these are exceptional circumstances. I don't see the need to make a hasty decision. We do need clarity. We should be putting this decision on hold until we know more. And no, we are not tied into any particular dollar amount, and this doesn't mean we can't consider other applications either. That is incorrect ultimately. So very happy to support.
Okay, and I've heard enough, but Councillor Johansson had his hand up, and then I've heard enough, and I'll put it. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
Yeah, thank you. The reason for putting the amendment on the table is I do think it's unfortunate. We wanted to write pretty much straight away when we had the last discussion around the situation, but obviously with the new minister coming in, it probably makes sense to wait. For me, just to clarify a few things, many of the groups that we fund have government contracts to do work, but this council generally provides support for things that government doesn't fund. So if government are not funding this, then I think there is a valid consideration whether we should fund it for the benefits that it gives to our community. And actually the idea of working holistically to get people the support they need, I think is pretty positive, right? And there's been some research that's been sent around previously around the social impact of what the loft do and what these positions did. And, if you look at just the Kairos application, they're getting MSD funding, 75,000 per annum, and yet we're happy to contribute. Well, we'll vote on it, but most people seem pretty supportive of that one getting some support from council. So, I just don't think that's really a valid argument in this case. I think it's much more sensible to wait, try and put the pressure on central government. I think central government does have a role to fund this, and we should be encouraging them to do so. But at the moment, until we get that response, we shouldn't consider the application. And as my colleague has said, there is no commitment in the amendment to take money away from the DRF to limit other groups from being able to apply and be successful.
Okay, so we've done enough. So it's been moved by Councillor Johansson, seconded by Councillor Donovan. So we are now voting for number 5 that's up there. We resolve to let it lie, the application for the loft. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? No. And I'm deaf. He's one of Aaron's kids. Yeah, we'll just, right. All of those who are for this, just put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that's enough. 10. Okay, so that's passed. Okay, so now I'll put the whole thing. We don't need to talk about all those in favour. Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Righto. Now we have item 9, Freedom Camping Bylaw amendments. Tina, please. Good to see you. And
hello.
Hi.
I'm Tina Crocker from the policy team, and this is Naomi Soper from the legal team. The report before you today does 2 things. It briefs you on the Freedom Camping legislative changes, and it recommends that you amend our Freedom Camping bylaw in response. In June this year, the Freedom Camping Act was amended by the Self-Contained Motor Vehicles Legislation Act to better regulate freedom camping in New Zealand. This included changes in 3 main areas: how people can freedom camp on council and other land, how the system for certifying freedom camping vehicles and the types of penalties and infringement amounts for freedom camping offences. And a lot of these changes have responded to things that the local government sector has been asking for, so that's really good to see. And we're hoping that this should be better for our environment and reduce some of the concerns in our community. The changes to legislation included a specific requirement for councils to amend their bylaws to remove inconsistencies with the changes to the Act. They have made this an administrative process, meaning that the council can amend the bylaw to remove inconsistencies by resolution publicly notified without the need to consult through this report today. There is one minor impact on one of the clauses in our bylaw, which is around organised events. And that just means that when we can no longer give permission for people to freedom camp in vehicles that are not self-contained under that part of the bylaw because of a change to the Act. This is a minor change. This clause has not often been used. So if you agree to the recommendations in the report today, it will amend the council's freedom camping bylaw and update it in line with legislation.
Thank you very much. Councillor MacDonald is happy to move it, and Councillor Henstock is happy to second it. So do we have any questions?
Yes.
Fire away, mate.
Hey, just one quick question. This won't capture people who sleep in their car for a night or for longer than one night, will it? People who might be, let's say, rough sleeping or down on their luck for a few days or had a scuffle with the missus. Does that capture them, or will they be exempt?
Great question. One of the changes that the government made to the legislation was to exempt people experiencing homelessness from coverage of the Freedom Camping Act, and that aligns with the way that we've operated in terms of enforcement anyway, which is to refer people to social services or not take an enforcement approach when people are experiencing homelessness.
Brilliant, because the other one is we don't want people drink driving, and so people are better off to sleep in their car and sleep it off before they consider driving as well.
Okay, Councillor Henstock, please.
Thank you. Noting that we adopted the first freedom camping bylaw in 2015, how much of a problem is this for our city and Banks Peninsula?
It's particularly a problem for our coastal suburbs and around Banks Peninsula, so we've got some key areas that are really popular for freedom camping. We still receive a lot of interest and complaints from our communities about the impacts of freedom camping, so this is very useful to have, and it serves a purpose.
And from a compliance perspective, how many officers do we have on the ground that are engaged in compliance for us? What does that space look like?
We have a different program that adjusts throughout the year, so it ramps up a bit more in the summer months. So it's weekend monitoring up and for a little while up until I think Labour weekend, and then it's daily monitoring over the summer period. We use an external contractor to undertake that work because it tends to be at night and early in the morning.
So do you see this bylaw change having any implications for our resourcing?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't alter anything. It's really just updating the wording to align with the legislation.
Thank you very much. Alrighty. So, Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Cool. We noted the homeless and rough sleepers part within your feedback, but the other issues of people sleeping in their cars, are they going to be addressed through this too?
This won't do anything to actively address anything, in the sense that all this decision before you today will do is alter the wording in the bylaw to align with the legislative changes that have happened, and part of those legislative changes have been to more clearly exempt people experiencing homelessness from the coverage as opposed to recreational campers.
Okay. I think what I'm referring to here is actually weirdly what Aaron was referring to was around domestic violence victims, obviously drunkenness, things of the sort. I mean, what kind of intervention happens with those that are outside of that homelessness bubble?
As with any of our work that enforcement officers do, it's a case-by-case basis, so they'll go out, they'll speak to people, understand the situation. It varies, and it's just about communication. Okay, and outside of that bylaw, there'd be obviously action plans when things like this are confronting for us? Do you mean in an operational sense?
In an operational
as to how
sense,
we would,
yep.
Yes, there's some things in place there to help make sure that we're taking the right approach to things.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Just for clarity too, are you saying that the the switch from the blue self-contained card to the green one, which means you have to have a toilet on board, is that a government directive?
Yes.
So,
So there's a whole system change to
Yeah.
self-contained
But
vehicles,
it's
which
come
is
to us
great.
so we
Yep.
can't.
So the changes to the bylaw are just reflecting the definitions
Yeah.
for self-contained in the Act, which relate to those different ways of showing that a vehicle is
Yeah.
self-contained.
I really think that's going too far
Thank you.
personally, but there we
I'll
go.
just note too that there's a 2-year transition process for that, so you'll see both types of vehicles around for a while. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. Is there any debate on this? Nope. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you, Aaron. Lovely. Okay, so now we have item 10, Three Waters is... No. No, Brent's not here. Yes, he is. He's hiding around the corner. Good to see you, buddy.
We'll just take the item as read, since it's quite a long paper, quite detailed as to what we've been up to for the last 3 months or so. You'll see in here again details around our activities, the levels of compliance. I've put some lovely pictures in there of someone diving into our tanks at the farm. These are the types of things we've got up to in the last 3 months. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions, and if we haven't got the answers, we'll be able to follow those up at a later time.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, g'day, Tim. Councillor Cotter, then Councillor Johansson,
Yeah.
please.
Thank you, Brent, for a good report, and Tim. Just on page 88, when you're looking at the building industry engagement program with the sediment runoff, and the council is launching an industry engagement program for the residential construction sector. But I thought that Environment Canterbury already had developed the toolbox, and the zone committee, Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, was already doing this work.
Yes, but this is specifically what we have to do to fulfil our part of the consent as well. So we've slowly been ramping up, and I think last report we put up, we included information about our activity and the number of failed consents due to sediment, that type of thing. So this is just a next step, and it is required by ECAN that we develop this plan. So this is just putting it out there to you as council, so you know
Okay.
what we're up to. Yeah.
But I
It's
assume
very much a joint
we'd be working
thing.
with them, so we don't reinvent the wheel or both be doing the same work.
Well, we are in a number of areas working with ECAN, and they do
Yeah.
have a really good toolbox for
Yeah.
commercial and industrial sites. This is just another part of that piece of work where it's really only us that can do some of these inspections.
Oh,
and
is these
enforcement.
only for commercial and industrial? And
The
this resi-
toolboxes, I believe. Yep,
This is
that's the one I'm
residential.
thinking of. Yep, this is through our consenting team.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank
this is giving more teeth and a bit more effort in behind. You'll recall the issue that the zone committee brought up, and getting more focus on that. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a good result.
Yeah, but if you see a building site, a residential site, and they don't have the filters on the gutter, we would still report that through the Environment Canterbury pollution hotline? Or would that come through to council?
What we could do is provide a summary of all the different activities going on for residential and industrial sites around erosion and sediment that might spell it out a little bit clearer.
Yeah, and I think, but
Because
an
there are
avenue
tools.
for reporting, because often the builds are in little side streets that
no one sees.
you might walk
Yeah.
down and see it, but not many people would see it. And it
Yeah.
does need to be reported, because it stops that sediment going down into our waterways with all the contaminants. So it's a really important thing.
Yeah, I mean, even if people want to use the SnapSend Solve app to send them to us, I mean, even if it turns out not to be us, we're working in conjunction with ECAN. So,
Excellent, thank you.
yeah.
That's all.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, I'm just quite interested in us being non-compliant around erosion and sediment control. And I know you've put a remedial plan in there, but to me it doesn't really have the urgency. Is there a lack of resources in that department? I thought we'd put additional resource in around it as part of last year's annual plan. So I just continuing to get feedback from the community who are really unhappy with what they see at a lot of the construction sites and subdivision consent. So I just want to really understand what resource level we've got at the moment, and if we wanted to be compliant quicker, what resources we could put into doing so.
I believe we have previously briefed the council on what we were doing in Three Waters in conjunction with the building consent teams. I mean, they're, and I think I'll just look at the page number towards the back. There's actually a page number 116. You'll see the number of inspections. I don't think it's a resource issue. We've got building inspectors out there all the time, and they are failing sites for non-compliance, which I think is a good thing. That added to these other initiatives of ours, it is a long-term thing. It's an education issue with some of the building companies and others. It's also, in terms of erosion and sediment control, of course, the other areas controlling the sediment that's coming off the hills, and that some of those planting and fencing schemes are long-term before they'll have an effect. So, no, Council, I don't believe it's the extra resources at this point. We want to see and make sure we get a change in the trend coming out of those inspections.
Right. And have we? Do we take a sort of VADE approach, or are we sort of using like abatement notices to get action quicker?
Again, I think I've previously mentioned this. The action through consents is that if erosion and sediment control isn't in place, it will be a failed inspection, so the builder needs to book another inspection, which ultimately costs them.
Thank you, Brent.
Right.
That's
And
good.
can I just check?
Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Kia ora. Just got a couple of local things I just need some reporting on, if that's all right. I haven't dropped by Wharenui Road as of late. I just wanted an update on the remediation works that are supposed to be done on Wharenui Road. Transport and Three Waters is supposed to do that.
Yeah,
There's a
we'll
bit of a
have to.
muck-up.
I'll chase that.
Yep. And there was one more on Cheyenne Street, but I'll put that offline. Thanks.
Yes, if you send the details through of anything specific, we'll follow
Great.
up that way.
The big one of interest was Wharenui Road. There's quite a lot of local interest that everyone wants action on. There was a stuff up a wee while back. I think you're just trying to jack it up. So,
Yeah, we're still trying to fix Barra Ave.
yeah, sweet.
Okay, I'm more than happy to move this. And Councillor Johansson, did you put your hand up for seconding it?
Had some additional questions.
Debate. Are you in debate now? Right, we'll let... And Councillor Cotter's going to second it, and Councillor Johansson is going to talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, in the absence of being able to ask the question, I'll just raise it that we had a really good meeting with the regulator, and I think it would be really good to understand, as a result of that meeting, what's happening in regards to our water, particularly in the efforts around the exemption for residual disinfection with the chlorine. And so I'm really keen that we work in good faith with the regulator, who seemed to express a lot of good faith with us about working together going forward. And I was very optimistic from that. So I don't know what our comms plan is. I don't know what information we can share with our community, or what actually we won't keep doing based on the sort of new information. But it would be good to get an understanding of that at some stage, especially with the community who still raise the concern with me on a regular basis around the impact of the chlorination. I do think that we do need to continue to think about how we work with ECAN around sediment and erosion control. It is just really obvious that there's some huge gaps in how we're monitoring and enforcing. And I'm a little bit concerned that, once we identify something, we still need quicker timeframes in which those things are addressed. And we need to really be on top of our game in that regard. So I appreciate the work that staff are doing. I just think maybe that joint meeting with ECAN, we can talk through some of the lessons that we could learn into how we can get better control on those subdivision consents and those big building sites. So just wanted to raise those concerns, but happy to receive the information in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Cotter.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sure that the chlorination update will be included in the next report, because this would have been compiled before we met. And I just want to thank you for a really clear report, and also for the information that you are working really closely with Environment Canterbury around the sediment control. I think it's really important, and the compliance for our consent. I just want to draw attention to page 93, where it looks like you're 20 full-time employees short. You're aiming for 200. You've got approximately 180. And also, just drawing council's attention to the reduced revenue to date of 545,000, mainly due to the excess water charges not coming in. Thank you for the report. I'll be supporting it today.
Okie doke. So that's enough. That was debate, wasn't it? Yeah. So with that, because we have a mover and a seconder, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Beautiful. So now we're up to number, thank you, Brent, thank you, Tim. We're up to number 11, which is Jacob, please. Hey, where do you want to start, bud?
Oh, yeah. Here's talk about transport choices and the programme reduction. We've had quite a few questions, so I'll just cover off a few things before we get into it, if that's all right. As I'm sure you'll remember, 9 of the 10 projects had the designs approved on the council meeting of the 21st and 22nd of September. The one remaining one is PT, so you approved the first batch on the 1st of November, and there are more to come next year, and I'll talk a bit about PT because that was one of the questions that we've had. Later on the 22nd of September, we're informed of changes to the delivery dates and likely cuts to budget. On the 19th of October, we were informed how those reductions would be formed, that effectively we had to take a 10% cut in the likely funding subsidy that we got from Wakatahi. They left it up to councils to decide quite how that would be made up. In the report, it lays out some of the suggestions they put, and they made a point that that any changes still need to be in line with the transport choices design criteria. So we can reduce scope, but we can only reduce scope so far. It still has to meet the objectives they're looking for. On the 27th of October, we then got another email from Wakatahi saying that there was a pause on signing any further funding agreements pending direction from the new government. So some of the discussions we've had, I think those two things have got muddled up, and I think trying to be really clear, the decision that's in front of you today is about how we deal with that 10% reduction in funding. We're not dealing with the pause on the signing of the funding agreements. I suppose the obvious question then is if it is paused, why do we need to do it today? And the word we're getting from Wakatahi is that they are putting together their entire funding agreement to go to the minister. If we're not in that batch, we may not get funding, or we may not get all the funding that at the moment they're talking about. So we still do need to go through this process now. Effectively, the choice that's in front of you is that either we cut projects or we cut parts of projects, or that we keep all the projects or most of the projects and we increase our local share from sort of 90-10 up to probably somewhere near a 75-25, as it says in the report. The staff recommendation is that we drop Westmoreland, the Westmoreland cycle connection, that we significantly reduce the scope of Simeon Street, north of Coronation Street, and that we scale the bus stop programme so it gets bigger or smaller to fit however much funding we've got to keep us in that 90-10 split of funding. They've also said to us that they still expect some projects to drop out, and if there is funding, then we're in a really strong place to get additional funding. So the reason they're worded very strangely is that effectively we're trying to keep them on programme in case more funding comes, but we're not really expecting it to happen. So like I said, I appreciate there was a question about, well, effectively we're pausing them, but we'll do them if we get a funding agreement. Well, we won't do them unless we get a funding agreement. I agree that is a bit of a weird wording, but effectively that's the intent, is that we don't expect to get funding for them, but I don't want to drop them entirely in case we do get a funding agreement at a later date. And we've tried to time bound that as well. So if we don't get a funding agreement by the end of the financial year, then they'll drop off the capital programme.
Okay.
we've been asked to put in impacts of these changes. They're really, really complex because they require us to make quite a lot of assumptions about when we would get funding agreements. Some of them may attract the traditional 51, 90, 49% subsidy, and we'd need to pick through all those projects bit by bit. And even there may be bits of projects that attract that subsidy and bits that don't. So it's quite a complex process. So that's why we're going to spend a bit more time and come back to you at F&P next month. The question we had about the bus stop prioritisation, there's a bus stop prioritisation at the back in the appendix. Priority 1 is effectively what you've approved already on the 1st of November. They are chosen because they're the closest to the central city. They're the areas with the lowest car ownership, and therefore we think they're probably ripe for patronage to go up. So that's why they've been chosen as the first. 2 and 3 then get into the higher frequency bus routes, key activity centres, and that's where we already see higher patronage numbers, and it would then cater to those. I think that's pretty much all I needed to cover. So, yeah.
So, question from me: we're doing. Must be very frustrating for you guys to have done all that work, gone to the submissions, and then get the rug whipped out from underneath you. It must have been, and now you've got to go back and maybe rescope some stuff. That is a lot of work, so I feel very sorry for you. But we've got to. What you're saying is we've got to do this to be in the tent, because if we're not in the tent, we won't get any dough or any dough if there is some.
I can't say that definitively, but yeah, that's the feeling we're getting. If we haven't put forward a proposal, then yeah, we may not be in there if there is some funding.
So the only definitive we have at the moment is there has been a 50 million reduction in the Transport Choices program of the $350 million program, and that's required a 10% reduction across the board. That is a definitive that we do know from Waka Kotahi at this point in time, and
okay.
therefore
So, if and I'm not saying it is, if there's a further reduction, are these ones that are all here, are they prioritised, or say there is more of a reduction and we prioritise these, we just say, right, we'll take off the bottom one?
No,
we haven't got to the priority list yet, have we?
At this stage, no. And we can report back to that at F&P if that suits you.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Templeton.
Thanks so much. So these projects originally were kind of rushed through so we could get them all done and actually constructed by mid next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to do that, we had to defer other projects that we had on the program, things like councillive and a whole range of things.
Yep.
So if we deferred these projects now and don't go ahead with the construction, and then the funding becomes available mid next year, to be able to then fit these projects in the program that we've got for next year, we would need to defer more projects. Is that right? Does that make sense? We would just deliver less this year, and we're waiting for the funding confirmation. We'd need to defer more projects to be able to deliver these.
we would have to look at the deliverability of our program next year, and that's part of what we will have to report back on what the implications of that potentially will be if we didn't do any of these.
So
we are
projects,
anticipating that a significant portion of them will go through.
Yeah. So the projects that we did defer to be able to get these in the program, it's actually not possible now to bring those back in time and do all of the planning and get them constructed instead, is it? Within this the mid next year time frame.
No. I think we need to
I'm not
go through.
I'm not expecting a yes answer.
I think that's something else we need to report back on in the.
I think it would just mean that
it's the implications of this. I mean, broadly, the broader implications of the impact on the whole of the transport choices portfolio, if you like, is not something we've reported on in this report. We are trying to grapple with the what if this, what if that. It is a very much a crystal ball gazing exercise that we're trying to look at. There is potential in quarters 3 and 4 that we could bring forward work that has been deferred and get it going. Getting it constructed is probably going to be a long reach, but some of it was never going to be constructed next year anyway.
Yeah.
It was the design resource that we were freeing up to get this done. A lot of design resources gone into getting this to this point, so there's a potential that it may not have the impact that you think.
Yeah, but there's also, on top of the design resource, we had the construction businesses who had been talked to and geared up and got ready to go on this, and now there's people
Still
without
ready.
work certainty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So we are looking through the chair. We are looking at what we can do to provide some of that to the market as well at the moment. So there's a big scramble going on at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison.
Kia ora. I've just got a question on the costs for these projects, particularly the design, and around how much resource actually goes into the design phase of any project on average. If you've got an example, that's fine.
No, look. Jacob and the team have worked really, really hard to find a different way. I mean, we were also using this as a trial to try and say, look, there's a different way to deliver quickly. That has meant pouring resource into this. How many project managers have we had assigned?
Oh, 6, probably about a third of our team, I would say, somewhere in that kind of region. Yeah.
So
So 6, did you say?
6 to 8.
6 to 8, yeah.
Project managers. There's been a
one
program.
FTEs on average.
6 to 8 FTE.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's the project management resource working with designers. There will be designers on that. There's been
engagement have been heavily
engagement.
involved. Comms have been heavily involved. So there's been a lot of staff throughout the building that have been heavily
So it's
involved.
a lot of coin, essentially.
Yeah.
And this has been a massive team effort from everyone to deliver this.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I've got for now. There might be some more later. Thanks.
Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. As part of this process, is our council or the mayor writing to the incoming minister and saying, "Oi, don't mess with our projects we've put all this work into," or we're just playing the waiting game?
Is that a question for us or the chair?
Anyone who's able to answer it, it's a question for.
Well, once we have a new minister, we'll write to him.
Lovely, thank you.
That will be soon. Councillor McClellan, please.
Hey, just if we were to guarantee and underwrite all the CERT projects, could we make option 4.2 as it is alternative option 4? The alternative option stated in 4.2 of the report. Could we make that decision today?
That's a bit of holding at risk, isn't it?
That's, I believe, to do the whole thing at risk, I believe you would need to know where you were going to fund it from. So the advice we've had is that we would need to know exactly where we're going to fund it from if it wasn't going to be, if it wasn't funded. So we would need to do the whole program at risk effectively. We would need to do quite a lot of work to figure out how we were going, because this is a third of our capital program. It's a big chunk of change to try and figure out how we would substitute. I'm not sure at the moment how we would manage that with the whole program.
By substitute, you can't mean in terms of deliverability. Do you mean?
No, I mean in terms of substituting budget for the balance that wouldn't have been coming in from Waka Kotahi.
Right.
Yeah. So that whole program is a pretty big job for us to figure that out. So we've been, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Scandrett, please.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to the Westmoreland section, would this allow us to go back then and to talk with the community, because the pinch points are with the bridge by the Shirleyhurst and the shops, etc. So would this allow us, because some of the communities we saw, as we know, it was the lowest level of support because the community felt that there wasn't time to discuss things properly, etc. So would this give us ability to go back and talk with the community and get that safety level right from, say, the Fernleyhurst Bridge right through to Penruddock and further?
In short, yes, but I don't think we would have time to do that within time or the ability to do that within the Transport Choices programme. I think that's the... so we could choose to do it as council, but I think we would be doing it with council budgets.
Because the transport choices, Waka Kotahi technically dictated the design, but now it seems in the information that they're open to an adjustment of the scope. Is that correct?
They still have to meet the transport choices criteria, which in this case would mean separated cycleways. And it's, without going into too much detail, that corridor is kind of too narrow and has too many overheads to just do a bi-directional on one side. So you either lose all the parking or you start undergrounding services, and it becomes a much bigger, much longer, much more expensive project to deliver.
But when they say adjust scope, they don't really mean that. What they really mean is it sounds nice on a piece of paper. With
things like Simeon Street, we can justify the reduction in scope because there's a good reason that still fits within the criteria that they want. And so we have reduced scope in some places. And the bus stops, because they're discrete elements, we can pick bits in and out. With this, it's kind of a whole piece. It kind of has to work as a whole piece.
Okay.
So you can't pick and choose bits of it to have in and out.
Okay, thank you.
One just coming to my mind. One wee question. Take the likes of Cashmere Road, like you said. So there's room for a cycleway each side, but there's not a room for a bi-directional one side. Is that? Do I get that right?
No. Yeah, sorry. Can I interpret what Jacob said? And the road the road width is such that whether you had cycleways on either side or a bi-directional on one side, you would lose all the parking. It doesn't matter which type, you would still lose all the parking. There isn't enough room for a separated cycle facility, be it one way or two way, and parking.
Thank you. Councillor Johansson.
That's correct, isn't it?
Well, without doing the utilities work to underground all the overheads. So that's the key bit, is that if you undergrounded all of those, you might have space to create a bi-directional, but we couldn't do that within the transport choices program, the time frame. So it was something we discounted very quickly.
So does that mean because it's a transport choices thing and Waka Kotahi, he'll only pay for it, it has to be separated ones?
Yes.
Sorry, one either way, one each side?
No, just separated from the traffic.
That's right, I'll shut up.
The Simeon Street, as an example, is a bi-directional one that is within transport choices. So they're not looking for unidirectional.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, so just wondering, like with the Te Aratai one, where it's obviously gone over budget by about $1 million, and we need to find a saving of 10%, given that we've made some changes to the design already, just in small places, to have a shared path rather than the separated cycle lanes on each side. Why can't we look at doing a little bit more of that one to reduce the cost, given that would save money and it would respond to the community concerns?
Te Aratai effectively acts as a link between the two major cycle routes, and they're not open to shared paths on that section because of the number of driveways, effectively. So there's numbers of people crossing, and we've got testimony from people who go to Te Aratai who've been hit by cars coming out of driveways and hurt themselves quite seriously. So it's just not something they're open to.
So there's no design changes we can make to Te Aratai to reduce the cost and to get within the budget, or to get within the reduced budget?
Not that will meet, not as you're talking, not that will meet the requirements of the Transport Choices program.
Right. So if we didn't do it as part of the Transport Choices and went back to the roughly $500,000 design that we'd already had looked at, why would we not go to that option? Because
of the fact that there is evidence to suggest that using the footpath is not a safest option.
Do we have evidence from where we've put in those sorts of designs in other parts of the city around what the risk rate is?
We've got evidence from users on that very piece of road. So that's what
That's
we were
without any cycleway.
And we do have issues in other places where we have shared paths right up against driveway exits.
So that's the issue with them. So
yeah,
that's where it is.
Okay. And then the bus stop one just really kind of puzzles me, because we're waiting for another report to come back with the other bus stops for approval.
Yep.
But in the meantime, we're going ahead to Waka Kotahi to seek funding for those ones that we've already approved?
Yes.
Yes, plus any ones that we approve in future reports.
So the idea of just not doing the higher patronages numbers still doesn't really make sense to me. Wouldn't we be better to go and put them in where they've got higher patronage?
So the funding we've got at the minute would get us effectively priorities 1, 2, and 3.
So we are.
So that gets you your.
Thanks.
So that gets you that area with high potential and the 2 areas which already have high patronage.
But that's if Wakakai funds everything. If they don't, then we're only stuck with the ones we've already approved.
No, we get 1, 2, and 3, don't we?
If they approve the funding, yeah, that's what we're.
I'm gonna let 2 more questions in there. They're up here already. Councillor Templeton and Councillor McClellan, please. Otherwise, we'll be dark.
Given that there seems to be a desire to progress with these projects if we can, one that occurs to me is, especially with the Te Aratai College one, which is also partly CRAF funded for the like the earthquake kind of funding, is it possible to even select, because you talk about the budget constraints, maybe 1, 2, or 3 of these to just progress with now, being that enough budget would be there to do that, and have the other ones, and with this information can come back in the report to finance the next meeting, whether it's possible just to do that and what the top priorities would be if we could just continue with it, and that could be some of that work that we give to the business contractors. If it was possible to do that rather than putting all of them on hold, if it's not possible to do all of them underwrite. Does that make sense? You know what I'm asking? Yeah.
So effectively, we start as some of them at risk.
Yeah, but because there's enough kind of in the budget potentially there that I don't know whether there is a potential to do it partly.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
It's putting you on the spot a bit, and it might be that you come back with that.
Through the chair, I'm thinking of a way to answer your question, and probably not answer your question as well, to be fair. To answer the question, but provide a process of way we could do that. So through the chair, the mayor, you've asked for us to prioritise it so that we don't have to keep coming back through this process. I suggest we do an assessment of which ones are either operationally can get moving and address that market concern that you raised, or will have a big impact or would be best to be done at to get moving, and the reasons for that, and maybe pick the top 3 as in that priority list and say, well, that's how we prioritise them and why. And so from finance and performance, you can give us the assessment. But the advice we've had is that if you are going to proceed at risk, we do have to understand and know where that funding is going to come from should we not achieve the funding from Waka Kotahi. So that has to go alongside the conversation. It's not to say that it would change at that point, but we need to know where we're getting it from.
And so some of these projects were ones that were brought forward to get done, but things like Te Aratai, for example, was a project we wanted to do anyway, and soon, and it was happening because of CRAF, but this was able to be enhanced. So
yeah,
it's not
like Linwood Village Streetscapes.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor McClellan, please.
I've got some wording to move. That
I see a copy of War and Peace here popping up.
Oh yeah, well I didn't write it. So I mean, essentially, it would just re-include Westmoreland, which would mean that we cover the shortfall, and it would guarantee that the Linwood Village project proceeded, regardless of the SURF funding arrangement.
So just in my head, if we say we're going to cover the shortfall if we get no funding, does that mean we cover it all?
No. Only yes for Linwood Village. That's the only one that we would be guaranteeing to happen. But remember, it's already in their annual plan anyway. The rest of it, if we didn't get the SURF funding, it would still not proceed.
No, but you get some funding.
You would get the 51% as opposed to the 90% funding. So basically, Linwood would be the only one we're guaranteeing. It's already in the plan as it is. and the other change is the inclusion of Westmoreland.
So, but if you put one,
I would if you amended it. I was just putting forward the wording I've already submitted, but I would be open to changing it if there was.
If you're putting one in, you've got to be taking one out, though, surely. You can't do it all. Now, just question, and Yanni, Councillor Johansson brought it up, the one down at Linwood, the cycle college, the cycle lane, is that if that's $1 million over already, Lynette, does that mean we fund that?
No, that's within the scope. So the Te Aratai College Cycle Connection was a bid that was put through originally with one scope. This is one that has changed, and the interventions have changed because of the transport choices requirements around separated cycleways. So the cost has gone up because there is a separated cycleway gone in there, or being proposed, and as such, the transport choices program is supporting that, aren't they?
Okay, thank
Perhaps.
you. And one, sorry.
I was going to say perhaps staff could cover off the effect of the wording change if there's any lack of clarity, given that they've helped write it. If that was useful, just a suggestion.
Have we got any contractors that are actually signed up for these under contract yet on any of these?
Yes, but I think our financial liability is quite small, if not zero.
The bulk of them are signed up under sort of ECI arrangements. Linwood is the one that is.
Yeah.
Okay, so what worries me that we might be quietly getting ourselves in the gun.
No, they were all signed up on the proviso that it was subject to funding.
Okay, no, that's good. That's good. Thank you. So we have got all of Councillor McClellan's amendments in there.
And they're being circulated to councillors.
Mm-hmm. And who is the mover of this, please?
I'm the mover, but I believe Melanie is the seconder.
For the whole lot.
Yeah.
So why just struck out Linwood? Where's Linwood sit approving that?
Because it's coming at 4.
Oh, I see. Right, I see.
Yep.
Okay, so Jake's moving it, the whole lot.
So they have been emailed.
Oh, here it is. It's just popped up now.
So just Jacob, just one question: if we don't get the funding, like we're thinking we're going to get at the moment, it's 10% less. If it's a bit less or whatever, or if it's the same at the 10% less, one of these is going to go. It has to go, or is what this amendments and stuff is putting in here going to make us have to do it?
Only one of them we have to do, but that won't cost us anything.
Sorry, we've been getting ourselves tied in knots a little bit today. So my you go.
Do you want me? Okay, so effectively there's two separate resolutions here. One is to add Westmoreland, and that would mean that the funding would shift from about 90-10 to about sort of 75-25, 80-20 kind of thing.
Which we would have to find.
Which we would have to find, yes. And we would either do that through substitutions or through additional funding in the LTP, and that's something we can discuss when we come back in F&P. The other resolution is to start Linwood Village at risk. I think we've tried to write them in such a way that you could vote for one and against the other. You don't have to vote for them together, if that makes sense.
You're confused.
Yeah,
Councillor Scandrick.
And to start it at risk, again, we would need to come back and advise where we would get this funding from if it wasn't approved.
But it probably will be. It may be. Yeah.
So, through the F&P.
Okay, Councillor Scandrick.
Thank you. So, as it stands with regards to the Kashmir Road, so the south or the west end is going to totally change, or could totally change from the original design, depending on the Penruddock entranceway and what's being looked at there. So that would nullify the original design that was designed for Wakakatahi. So, and when we've talked extensively about other ways to make this stretch of road safer in the meantime, if there's no funding, and we talked about the pinch point at the bridge, etc., and making those areas safe, which is the number one concern for the local community. So I'm just wondering, if I vote for this, and we are then generally funding it over and above Wakatahi, do we then have ability to change the scope to better meet the community's wants?
They're still putting in 70%.
They
If
are
you
still.
still want their funding in this, under this program, it still needs to meet those funding
So if
requirements.
I voted for this, I am voting for the design for Wakakatahi, even though the change on what's happening at Penruddock Rise, or may change, will change the design totally, which is totally okay.
I think it would change a very small section at the western end. Other than that, I think it would probably all stand.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Of all of these projects, which ones would have the most safety improvements for residents?
That's what we need to come. That's that whole prioritisation.
Yeah.
The list, and we only got the sort of heads up about that idea a couple of days ago. So I just think we did. We
can't just pick one. Yeah.
All done. Councillor Keon.
Yeah, hi. So just a quick question. The reason these projects actually came up and leapfrogged a whole lot of other ones that were prioritised years ago is because of a directive from government and on some outcomes they were trying to get. But these essentially leapfrog things like the shared path down Gardeners Road and projects like that, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. We reprioritised the program with the list of projects that were deferred. Yeah.
Not based on the outcomes that your team wanted, but what government was directing. So there was an option to get 90% funding. So those projects which aren't as high a priority as other ones around the city, because we already had them as priorities, these leapfrog because of the funding arrangement, not because of our city's priorities. That's correct, isn't it?
That was a decision you made, yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Council.
Well, some made. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I think we should just go into debate now.
Sorry, is it worth like Councillor McCullen's talking about this not originally being, it being a project separate to the kind of the surf funding and stuff anyway? Would it be easier to bring the Linwood Village Streetscape Enhancements project out of the Transport Choices package if we were just going to do it anyway, leaving, or is that an F&P kind of thing? Leaving. Yeah.
Okay, so just not to put right, we've got to move in a second, and we'll now go into the debate.
So do you
Sorry,
mind if I make
Karen.
one point? So the Linwood Village is originally a master plan, so it doesn't attract NZTA subsidy. So there may be sections of it that we can get subsidy for, but it wouldn't get a full 51%.
All right.
Sorry, I've put
I
questions.
do want to move on.
Yeah, but I've put these
Yeah, but
questions
it was
in
on
the
Friday.
ahead of the meeting to the Office of the CE. I still haven't had a response. Am I going to get a response around the engagement around Linwood Park, around the user groups, and the extent to which we've consulted people?
Is Linwood Park part of this work?
So we've got the new sports field where the temporary village used to be.
Yep. Is it part of what the surf stuff is?
Yeah, it's the Te Aratai.
It's not?
Sorry, we haven't had that question, and I
Repeatedly
don't.
put it in the Office of the CE.
So I don't Linwood Park and the consultation around Linwood Park. I don't understand.
No, it was around talking to the early New Beginnings Early Learning Centre, talking to the Linwood League and talking to the user groups of Linwood Park around the implications of the design.
Through the chair, can I have one,
Mate, you're getting off. This is getting out of control. It's part of. Oh, Tess is talking to them. Okay, while
So
we're
we've
talking
done an
about this, we
extensive
will
amounts
have a
of
10-minute break to discuss what we're doing, and then we will come back. Thank you.
I'll answer the question then, thank
The
you.
time will be just after past.
Yes, we know.
We know.
Yeah.
back. Lynette, would you like to just go through the differences of what you nicely had and what we've got at the moment?
Yeah. So, this. Thank you. So, in a nutshell, there's two main differences. One is to effectively retain the whole program, subject to the funding agreements coming through. So that's to put Westmoreland and the whole of the bus stop program back in, and say we're going to do it. But it is still subject to funding agreements.
So sorry, is that? The government have asked us to chop 10%, but we're essence not listening to them and putting the whole on it.
We'll do the whole thing, but
Okay.
which results in us having to, if we get the funding, it will be about a 75-25% split as opposed to a 90-10 split for the funding. So we will fund more of it, but we will still get the original amount that they were talking.
Okay.
Minus the 10%.
Right.
And the net.
And the second part of this is to start at risk now with Linwood Village. We would need to come back and confirm what would be the substitution, but that is effectively starting for Linwood Village now. Starting the construction.
Starting construction when we haven't got the money.
At risk, yes. So that's starting Linwood Village at risk when we haven't had the guaranteed subsidy.
Okay. I would like to foreshadow the staff's, if this fails, the staff's one, because I'm more than happy with the staff's one. Thank you.
Second it.
Thank you. Okay, shall we go on from here? We've done enough talking, I think.
Can we highlight this? No, I did as well. Oh, the Te Aratai is also added.
So there's been an addition of Te Aratai into the Linwood Village at risk. So let's clear the confusion again. The second one is to start Te Aratai and Linwood Village straight away. We would be able to start the construction of Linwood Village straight away because we are at that point and ready to get going. Te Aratai would be getting on with the detailed design.
And so if that's fine, if that's decided, that's what happens. And if we don't get the funding, who pays for it? We do.
To pay for it because we are doing it at council's risk. So you're making the choice to do it at council's risk.
So we're going ahead and doing it without funding if that we decide it. Okay.
Te Aratai is already part CREF funded though, so it wouldn't have no funding.
It's going to be reviewed.
That would need to be cleared up because we've only had the information about Te Aratai 5 minutes ago. So we would have to be absolutely clear on exactly what was funded and what wasn't, and that's what we would have to report back to you on at F&P, and that's what we would be.
So just to be crystal clear, we are not going into this with eyes shut. There is a process by which you would come back and articulate really clearly where the funding would come from.
Yep.
And it would also be a question as part of the LTP in order to ensure that if you're making the decision today, you're really clear that this is not unfunded.
That it's not funded.
That it is funded through.
Yes. So you make a decision today, we would have to come back and agree where that is funded from as part of that report for
Okay.
for the F&P.
I'm going to put the motion, which is Jake's one, which is up there. Yes.
I've got debate.
Pardon me? Now we're going into debate.
Yeah.
Can do. Yeah, that'll be another hour. Carry on. Who's first?
Well, post-democracy.
Yeah, I'll go first then. Look, today I'm substantively moving that we progress with the Linwood Village project, not because it's more worthy than any other SURF project, but simply because it fits in a slightly different situation. That situation is it was already in the current financial year of our annual plan, and also it's further progressed than some other projects. So the contract is already in place. We could essentially proceed tomorrow on this project. Really what we've done here is we've taken this project out of our annual plan, put it into the SURF project to get some money from other sourcing, which is great. But if something were to happen to that SURF money, this becomes an unintended budget deferral and actually a complete cut inadvertently. A bit of history on this project. As I say, it's not more worthy, but it certainly is worthy. You know, this is a project to completely transform one of the lowest socio-economic areas of Christchurch, an area that was hit really hard after the earthquake and was promised a brighter future in the form of a master plan post-earthquake. The former council pushed that back to 2026, and we brought it forward to the in the 2019-2020 annual plan. Now it's already been delayed because of COVID, and I think that any further delay, given that we went out and consulted well over a year ago now, and the project is ready to go and part funded in our annual plan, would be a real shame. You know, there's a real cynicism actually in this area when you talk to people and you say, hey, look, you know, we've got this great project on the way. It's going to really transform this space that is looking, I don't know if many of you have been down there, pretty dowdy. We've got this great project that's going to really enhance this area. People go, oh, yeah, sure. But, you know, we've heard that before. Council always change their plans and never really deliver. You know, we'll be the last cab off the rank for any money being put into this area. And I think that I want to really address that cynicism and say, actually, that hasn't been the case. We won't do that, and we will follow through and deliver on a promise that we have made twice. So with that, I'm happy to put the motion forward and just say let's get on with it. Contractors are in place, materials are being stored on site, and the community are expecting us to deliver.
Okey-dokey. Councillor Templeton.
I'm happy to vote for this today. It's not ideal, but the reason it's not ideal is not us. It's Wakako Tahi putting a pause on the funding. They're the ones who put these really tight time constraints on us to start with to make sure that we were getting everything moving as quickly as possible. We've raised expectations for many projects here, but the two I think that need doing the most are the Linwood Village Streetscape, and I remember joining the community board as chair in 2013, and the earthquake impacts were still being felt hugely in the area, and still are, because we haven't done the work that we promised as a council that we would do. If we're wanting to create walkable neighbourhoods with viable small shopping centres in an area that has the lowest car ownership in the city, then we need to help that area attract more small businesses and to give them confidence to invest in that area. The Te Aratai cycle connection is crucial, and when I was chairing the community board, that school were coming to us saying, please help with our safety on this road, and they were saying it back then and they're still saying it now. It is not always the case that we get a school in support of a cycleway right outside. There are often concerns about parking, a range of things. This is a school that really, really wants this. They have had kids hit and knocked off their bikes. We've had kids in hospital. I've got contact by parents who want to be able to send their kids from the areas that are now zoned in Opawa and Hillsborough, who want their kids to be able to bike. But it's not currently safe. Albans Road is just appalling. So being able to connect the school to the two major cycle routes is crucial. Funding-wise, it was a board priority when we went through the CRAF funding. Still beggars belief that the CRAF funding hasn't been spent, but I mean, we know why. It's just delays after delays, and it's been a board priority through that because the school and parents were approaching us asking for it to be. So this one really needs doing regardless, and that's why I'm really happy that it is in here. If we care about safety, if we care about kids being able to get to school independently and safely, and parents not having to feel like they have to drive, then we need to do this project. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Coker, please.
Yes, as Councillor Templeton said, it's very frustrating that we're here. We've already been obviously through the hearings process, and it was not long after that in the evening that we found out about the decrease in funding and the increase in time allowed for these projects. But of course, everything's actually quite up in the air. I will obviously be supporting, because I've seconded this, for Linwood Village and Te Aratai to go ahead, independent of funding. I wanted to comment on Simeon Street, because it is actually something that's concerning our board quite a lot. So I'm not completely happy with the recommendations for Simeon Street, but I do recognise there will be changes that happen when the bridge across Bryan Street is put in there. So this is going to be better than nothing in the meantime. And then regarding Westmoreland, I'm very much in favour of going ahead with this now. Now, I'll remind you that this cycleway is between the boundary of Spraden Ward and Cashmere Ward. It is in the community board plan. To not support it is going against the community board, and what's the point of community board plans unless we actually listen to them? There's the argument around the early learning centre, which I talked about before. People should be able to bike with their kids to preschool and school anywhere. So I discount that argument completely. And this does not preclude traffic lights at Penruddock Rise at that T intersection. We heard this during the hearing, so there is no issue, in my opinion, with that. Now, if this ends up not being funded, I want to discuss this in the LTP. I don't want to lose these projects completely, because it does read like that a little bit with I think we changed the wording though, didn't we? So in number 6, I can't remember what we wrote. But anyway, whatever happens, we need to discuss this and not lose these projects. They're really important. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff obviously that we do is really important, but I really believe in this. And cycling is, we want people to be safe when they're cycling and to have transport choices. And so that's the whole point of this.
Councillor Cotter, then Scandrick.
I'll support this, because I think that this is ready to go. Linwood Village is ready to go, and I think that we've got to keep things moving. We've got to keep the pipeline flowing, pipeline of work flowing. Reputational damage for us is quite a risk is high, even though this is not of our doing. So I'm really supportive of keeping going. I think that we will find the funding, and even though these projects were brought forward because, as Aaron says, Councillor Curran says, because of this attraction of extra funding, it is what it is now. The work has been done. The consultation has been done in 2 days worth of hearings in here, hearing deputations. There was great community interest. So I think, in respect to the people that have come in and spoken their mind, to the decision that's already been made, I think that we keep going. So I'll be supporting this today.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Coke is absolutely right. The safe travel is an absolute priority for our community board, and there's no question that I support that fully. But if you look at this, the stakeholder raised issues with regards to the fundamentals. And when we talk about stakeholders, that could be anybody. But let's talk about the immediate community. It was also the lowest level of support of any of these projects. And there's a reason for that. Because there was concern with that community about the design. It has been, we had to push this through quickly for Wakakatahi, not our communities. So that's also something to think about. If you look at the stretch of road, the biggest concern for this community, which I've been talking to, is the bridge over the Cashmere Stream, the Cashmere Road Bridge, and the area between Fernleyhurst Bridge and the Hoonhay lights. We can slow the speeds. We can do a whole lot of things in this area, working with staff for low cost, that will make this area safer. At the other end of this, if you're looking at this, I think that it's already pointed out that the plan for this stretch is significantly higher cost than originally thought, and it's over and above that. There is a risk of the drainage being of a higher financial and timing-wise impact. So even before we've opened anything with regards to this stretch, it's over budget. When we're talking about a whole issue with regards to budget, if we look at this with the future lens from Sparks Road right through to past the Hoon Hay Lights to wherever cycle lanes need to go, we could look at future planning for a wider footpaths right through. We could have a better cycle lane on one side. We can actually plan, it would cost more, but at the moment, what are we going to do? We're going to spend millions of dollars in government, that's okay, even though it's that tax money and we've got to be responsible, for something that might be changed in 10 years. So I just cannot support this. I want to support the other areas that have been totally agreed to with their communities, but there's just a gap here and I'm not comfortable with it, so I'll be supporting the staff recommendation.
Councillor Kewen, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the debate, everyone. I would urge everyone to just stick with the staff recommendation here, and I realise that some say that this is about safety, and if you believe in safety, you'll be voting for the amendment, but I want to argue the opposite. If you believe in safety, you wouldn't vote for the amendment. You'd be supporting the projects that have already been put in our council's plans years ahead of these ones. These ones are leapfrogged because of the 90% funding. They're not there because they are the most important safety issues. And kids going to Te Aratai or down Cashmere Road already have a road and a footpath they can walk or bike on. Projects like the Gardeners Road shared path has no path. The kids are forced to walk on the white line on the side of the road through winter, where it's quite dark, can be quite foggy, and on a 60k an hour road, the same with Radcliffe Road. So to not put in those paths and have these other projects leapfrog, you cannot use safety as your argument because it just makes it a farce. And so I urge everyone who actually believes in safety to vote for the staff recommendations, and hopefully this is the end of the rubbish coming through from Waka Kotahi, constantly making our poor staff have to jump around all over the place to play their game, and we get some clearer direction out of Waka Kotahi going forward. So when we make plans as communities, we can actually stick to them. And the one on Gardeners Road, just so everyone knows, when I originally moved that, it was seconded by RAF. So that tells you how long ago that was. So that's an entire generation of kids that couldn't walk or bike to school because it is actually unsafe to do so. And when you claim there's a climate emergency, you don't believe that because otherwise you would have delivered that path for those kids to walk to those schools because there's a lot of them and they've been asking for it for years. So let's put our money where our mouth is and vote the same way.
Thank you, Aaron. Councillor Kewen. Have we got anything else? It's one, Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this has just been such a Mickey Mouse process, right? Like the fact that a few hours after we made the decisions, and we rushed the decisions through because of the timeframes that Waka Kotahi had put on, we get told we've got an extension of time to allow more time to engage. I tried to get council to do more engagement, and that wasn't agreed to. But it's really clear to me that for the concerns that people have said that exist over Cashmere Road, there are equally the similar concerns around the Te Aratai cycleway connection. And it's not a case of not wanting a cycleway, and I didn't hear that from the Cashmere Road deputations either. It's simply a case of the community wanting input into the design because they have what I think are fairly legitimate and valid concerns about some of the aspects of the design that we're then told that Waka Kotahi is the one that approves the design, not us as a city council, and it's deeply unfair to those local communities. The fact that we had a closed briefing last 2 weeks ago on these projects, and yet it wasn't open. There's no notes from that, and then the day after that closed briefing, we get a report to consider the bus stops with submitters coming in, sitting in front of us, asking what the benefit was, what the cost benefit analysis was, and us having no ability to share the information that we had around these projects being cut in funding and delayed, I just think is completely unacceptable. So, I think what we should do is actually wait to get the clarity from government over what's happening with the funding, and then we can have a holistic conversation about what we choose to do. I'm deeply concerned about choosing projects to go ahead now without that bigger conversation with knowing what our picture is. For example, some of the engagement, and I know our staff worked really hard to engage as best as they could in the short timeframes. But if you take the Te Aratai one, the fact that users of Linwood Park, where we just built a new sports field where the temporary village used to be, have not been engaged in the design is a huge red flag for me, right? There's things that we could do to redesign the scope of those projects that would reduce the budget to keep it within the budget and within the budget reduction that would still be relatively safe and that would get improvements that would meet the objectives that we're trying to achieve. And yet we're being told we can't do that. So the one project that I will support, because it was already on the council budget in terms of a commitment to the community, is that Linwood Village one. So I completely understand that that's a project that we were have been ambitious about getting the additional funding because of the shortfall after we'd approved the design, and I'm happy to support that one going forward. But as for the rest, there's a lot of them that I do like, but I think we should wait to get clarity from government before we proceed with any, including the prioritisation of the bus stops.
I don't know how you do it. You get right down to the last second. You're very good. Councillor Harrison Hunt, please. No, good. Good.
I think everybody knows by now that my real shtick is talking about safety around schools. And for me, I find it quite ironic that there is a ward councillor, and it's going to be a hell of a headline, ward councillor wants to make cycle lanes less safe for school kids to save some money. That, to me, is something just absolutely crazy. And if we're looking at that, we're looking at driver behaviours on the east, of which I've used for 20 years going to Cal Stadium. They are not good, and I'd love to see the statistics from the transport unit talking about the speeding drivers all across the east. Now, this is not just the east. It's not the east who are doing this too. It's a highly transient area, and Councillor Hanson talked about asking about the Linwood Park users who are transients and therefore aren't regular users of Te Aratai and needing to go from one residential to another. That there is actually good consultation. Asking the school kids how they feel. How safe do they feel driving on, going on bikes and walking along those footpaths? Particularly that premise of having shared paths is something that also I find quite confronting when we're on a main route. Now, using shared paths provides many risks, and that's backing out cars that are backing out. It's also other users of that footpath, e-scooters, scooters, cyclists and walkers, all on the same route. So for me, I don't agree with that. Now, if we're talking about and picking apart the government mandate on all of these projects and saying these guys have got too many regulations, there is no politicism in this because those experts are the ones telling us what we need to be doing. Now, there are councils from all over the city, actually from all over the country, apologies, who want to just put some painted white lines on and therefore deem it safe. That is the reason why the government has put in these mandates, to ensure that the whole country is safe for our kids, for our younger generations, and also for all of the vulnerable users on our roads. So I'm quite okay with the government putting in these safety measures, and I'm okay with obliging by them. Because, to be honest, all of us governors, all across the country, can have differing views, but if there is a majority who deem that white lines are safe for our users, that is where we're going wrong. Killed him.
Right. Anyone else? Me. Right. There's no doubt that this was rushed. I felt very sorry for staff. They worked their guts out when the government came along and said, we want to give you some money. From what I understand, we put forward roughly $34 million worth of proposals, and the government said our applications were so good, they gave us a lot. Then, sadly, in my mind, we had to give $7 million back because, as Transport said, we couldn't possibly do it in the time that the government was saying. Then we did all this work with Tessa and all the group, and then 3.5 minutes after we finished the consultation and submissions, the government swiped 50 million out of it. It scares me that there's an outside chunk. Oh, sorry, the last government funded it, and you'd like to say thanks very much for that. But in general, there could be little or no funding for this going forward. The last thing I want to do is, it scares me that we might bore into something and have to pick up the slack or start something like Buckley's Road, which when we haven't actually got the funding secured. And, we talk about the risk. So I think we should just go with the staff recommendation. It's good. It gets us in the tent. It does what Waka Kotahi want us to do. And let's just see where the money falls going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a division on Councillor McLennan's motion. Councillor Keown? Councillor
No.
Keown?
No.
Councillor McLennan? Yes. Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Henstock?
No.
Councillor Moore?
Abstain.
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 Councillor Scandrett?
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt?
Yes.
Councillor Coker? Yes. Councillor Peters?
No.
The Mayor? No. Councillor Templeton?
Aye.
Councillor Barber?
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter? Yes. Councillor Fields? Don't believe his Councillor Johansson?
Yes for 4, abstain on the rest.
Councillor Donovan?
Yes.
And Councillor Goff is not here either.
I think it'd be a no if that helps.
I'm just working out Councillor Johansson's. So the yeses are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, including for number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 noes, and 2 abstentions for everything but number 4.
Okay, so that's failed. So now the substantive, which is the staff recommendation. I'd like to put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
It's not a substantive, it was a foreshadowed motion, so you need a difference.
It's been moved and seconded by the Mayor and Tab.
Thank you.
Can you just be clear? Is that including the Linwood Village one now? It's hard because we don't have all the.
Question? It's just
So
staff
4 was
recommendation. Put it forward. See where the money falls. When it falls out of the sky, hopefully.
Yeah. So with the staff recommendation, you just scroll to the top. The only changes were to number 2H, where we've just removed a sentence there for clarification. If you keep scrolling. And we've changed number 6, so it reads the same as the previous one, that it will be reviewed as part of the LTP if funding agreements aren't given.
Okay. Right, so it's carried. Thank you very much.
Have they voted?
Hey, we did.
Yeah.
Did we vote?
No.
Yeah.
The excitement of the day. All those in favour? No, yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yeah.
We did before it was clarified.
Yeah. Don't confuse me anymore.
Well, do we do it again just in case?
Right, we're now moving on to item 5, which is destination management plan for Lauren, who's been here for longer than she needs to be, to come forward and tell us what she's up to. Thank you, Lauren.
Well, kia ora koutou. It is my hope this might be a quick agenda item for you all, but we never know. So look, first of all, I want to acknowledge all of the parties who have contributed to the creation of these destination management plans, in particular the communities that have input through considerable feedback. And these plans really are a shape of both the communities and the visitors' desires. I'd also like to acknowledge mana whenua, who've been heavily involved in the creation of these plans, the tourism industry itself, of course, Ashburton, Selwyn, Waimakariri District Councils as our regional tourism organisation partners, the Banks Peninsula Community Board, and council staff who have been hugely engaged, particularly around climate change, and Lynn McClellan on our advisory group. So you have had the destination management plans provided to you and presented to you at a top level. So today what we're looking for is endorsement from council on both the Otatahi Waitaha Destination Management Plan and the Te Pātaka or Rakai Hautu Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan, which would allow our board to then adopt the plans formally on the 24th of November. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Sam's happy to move it, and you're happy to second it. Yeah, fire away. Yep. And Councillor Harrison Hunt's happy to second it. Yep.
Kia ora. Since our last briefing presentation of the Destination Management Plan, there have been no changes since then?
There has been one change, which was a contribution by Ngāi Tuahuriri around some naming conventions of places in Waimakariri. But aside from that, there have been no changes. In the timing since we last presented to you, it has been adopted by Selwyn, Waimakariri and Ashburton District Councils and also the Banks Peninsula Community Board.
Great, happy to second.
Thank you. And Councillor Kewen, please.
Yeah, just Lauren, a quick update on the visitor centre. I take it it's now open in the square. How's that going?
So there are some delays to the opening of the Grand. We understand that that is related to some funding challenges and is likely to now open in early 2024. We have therefore worked with the provider, Darren Rainbird, to open a temporary eyesight. This is in the same location with a marquee, and he is also opening a temporary site until the fixed infrastructure can open in the gift shop that is underneath the Novotel beside Tūranga. So we're going to have 2 Cathedral Square information centres over the next month until we get that finalised and fully open.
Okay, brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johansson, then Councillor Henstock.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised in it that I didn't see sort of any reference to the South Island Destination Management Plan. Is there a relationship to that? And if so, what is it? Or if not, how could we link it to that document?
So the South Island Destination Management Plan, as we discussed, was not ratified by all South Island mayors. Ultimately, a destination management plan is as good as its consultation, and when you go really wide with these things, it's difficult to get full consensus. Some recommendations out of the South Island Destination Management Plan were moved into this plan. However, the South Island Destination Management Plan was also ultimately superseded by COVID. It was a pre-COVID plan, and the visitor sector has completely changed since that time. It's not referenced because it was never ratified. It doesn't make it moot. It just means that we've moved forwards.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Henstock.
Thank you. In respect of funding, I note that there's no implementation budget, which concerns me, and I'm keen to understand whether there's any funding in the pipeline. I'm aware that the incoming government is looking at regional packages. Is there any indication that this sort of thing could be in that package, or if there's some support from somewhere? Is there any hope you can give us?
There is a lot of conversation about funding, particularly around things like bed taxes for the visitor economy, and also whether or not a national government is likely to invest in tourism at the same level that a Labour government did. MB are indicating to us that they have put forward a funding package for the implementation of destination management plans. At the moment, that we're unclear on how much that is likely to be, but we will certainly use these plans to put forward a funding bid to central government. The second part is that Christchurch NZ, as the regional tourism organisation, are shaping our LTP bid utilising these documents to inform our visitor attraction and destination management activities. So although there's not tagged funding, we're using these documents to shape what our activity plan will look like over the coming years.
Okie dokie. No more questions. We have a mover and a seconder. Have we got any debate? Nope, we haven't. All right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you very much. Carried.
Great.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, team.
Sorry it took so long. The number 13, which is presented by Councillor McClellan.
Look, happy to recommend the waste management and minimisation bylaw of 2023 to you today, along with the detailed waste collections, terms and conditions that sit under the bylaw. So the proposed bylaw replaces two previous bylaws. The Waste Minimisation Bylaw of 2009, regulating councils' residential curbside collection, and the Clean Fill and Waste Handling Operations Bylaw of 2015, which controls waste businesses, including landfill operations. So staff reviewed the bylaws, and while much of the content of the new bylaw is the same as the current bylaw, there are some changes and improvements. These include amalgamating the two bylaws, which obviously improves administrative efficiency, allowing the Chief Executive to make changes to the terms and conditions, and allowing for residents to opt out, i.e. not pay for council's curbside collection in some circumstances. People will remember the Atlas Quarter deputations over a number of years. So the example given here is multi-unit developments which cannot access collection trucks used by council contractors. Other changes include a requirement for waste minimisation plans, management plans I should say, for larger events, 1,000 plus people, for some building and demolition projects, and for multi-storey residential developments with more than 10 plus units. Allowing for possible future changes to residential waste collection services, which may give residents more options to choose their bin size into the future. And obviously, and most controversially, controls on unaddressed and junk mail, and providing for councils to set the standards for operating collection points, i.e. things like donation boxes and things like that. So council adopted the draft bylaw as recommended by staff, and consulted on the draft, and consultation on the draft ran from late January to late February of this year. We received 73 submissions from community boards, organisations, businesses and individuals. Overall, submitters were very supportive of the proposed bylaw, and where submitters were opposed to the bylaw, their concerns were about specific issues and clauses, e.g. the dealing with unaddressed and junk mail. So we held the hearing on the 17th of August, in which I chaired. Thank you to Victoria Henstock and Mark Peters for joining me on the panel. I could skip past that. Look, I'll give an update of the changes we made. So the panel noted that there were some concerns about allowing the Chief Executive to make changes to the terms and conditions, no matter how small they were. However, we worked through that, and we were reminded that the Chief Executive still has requirements under the Local Government Act, so any substantive changes would need consultation of varying sizes with community boards and the public as a whole, if those changes were less than minor. But again, the Chief Executive powers are only to make minor changes. Clause 5.5, allowing people to opt out of council curbside collection. We looked at this quite carefully because there was a feeling that we didn't want people to do this willy-nilly, for want of a better expression. If people start to opt out of council services, we start to lose the scale required to deliver those services cheaply. But we were reassured in knowing that actually it's not really, well, it certainly wouldn't most likely be any cheaper to deliver these services yourself, so you would only do so if it made good practical sense. Clause 10, the waste minimisation requirements for multi-residential developments. I believe, Victoria, you had some questions about whether we got that right with 10 units, but we were advised that that's pretty common practice. The unaddressed mail and advertising material. So we have put in, obviously, look, the purpose of this clause is to reduce the amount of unnecessary junk mail and unaddressed mail. It applies to the delivery of unaddressed mail to letterboxes with signage, e.g. no junk mail. Submitters had concerns about the definition of unaddressed mail, which also covers public good material like community newsletters, election material, and we all know how important and public good that is, and notices from utility operators. In response to submission, staff recommended a new subclause, 21.2, which states 21.1 does not apply to listed public good material which is permitted to be deposited in any letterbox. The panel agreed with 21.2 and also took on board the submission by Metropole that magazines should also be allowed to be deposited into letterboxes, and we changed the wording to allow for that. Finally, shopping trolleys. As well as asking for feedback on the bylaw, Council invited comments on the problem of shopping trolleys in public places. The panel considered these submissions relating to shopping trolleys and staff advice. We concluded that the bylaw is not likely to be effective, and that with regards to shopping trolleys, and enforcement may be quite expensive. Overall, we concluded that the proposed bylaw is not the best way to deal with the shopping trolley problem. However, we also think the situation needs to be monitored and have recommended staff to report to Council 1 year after the bylaw, after the Auckland bylaw, after this current bylaw comes into force, as to whether a separate bylaw amendment is required for managing shopping trolleys. This has happened in other parts of the country, and we're kind of watching and waiting to see what happens there. But if there are specific questions, obviously we can ask them of the team as well. So in conclusion, as panel members, we're recommending to you, the Council, that we adopt the proposed bylaw, including the changes which is attached in your report. Thank you.
That was a very good report. Thank you, Councillor McClelland. And Councillor Cotter's going to second it. Do we have any questions of... No, that's fine. I didn't think... Of course there is, Councillor Coker.
With the multi-unit developments, when it says present access problems for council's collection service provider, what does that mean? Well, I don't know what it means. That's what I'm asking. I'm just wondering how big they have to be allowed this, basically.
So the question was on what are the access issues we face?
Well, basically, what sort of they have to fit within specific requirements. It says.
Yes. Yeah, so what we want to avoid is that if a development has occurred and it hasn't allowed for access for whatever reason, and it's too late and the development's already built, then the opt-out would let them opt out of the curbside, but they have to provide the same level of service. So they have to provide the 3 waste streams: refuse, organics and curbside. So they couldn't just put, for example, one large bin in and just get all the residents to put it all in the one bin. So there are occasions where we just can't physically access some of the new townhouse developments and the way they're set out. So that's how it would work. They would come forward to us. They would put forward a proposal in the form of a waste plan. We would say yea or nay, and then we would keep monitoring that as time goes on. So we check up on that annually just to make sure that they hadn't changed the situation for those residents.
So it's relatively rare, is what you're saying?
Yes, there's only been 3 issued since it's been in discussion yet.
Councillor Templeton, and then
Thanks. I may have missed it. I've had comments in the past from people who have had bins stolen. So it's not like they've personally misplaced it, but the bin has been stolen and they've been in hospital or something, and so haven't realised it within the 24-hour period, and were told that there was no discretion for just council to replace it. Is that part of the bylaw or just an internal policy?
That would be part of our internal policy. I imagine, enforcing the bylaw is in terms of internal policy, and I know that we do work with particular instances and take into account particular concerns if there's not non-compliance.
I've had several that have been rejected even though the people were in hospital when their bin was stolen. And I was told that there wasn't discretion. Maybe it's just something we can take offline and work on at some point. Yeah.
I think that would be something perhaps you could ask Alex's team to provide you
Yeah, I mean,
report on.
One thing I can say is in the terms and conditions that support this new bylaw, we've changed it to 48 hours. And it's 48 hours from when you first realise you've lost the bin. So staff, there is
make a difference.
That's the key phrase. You might not realise if, for example, you were returning 3 or 4 days later because you were in
But now
hospital.
you've got
So
48.
it's from when you realise the bin's missing, you've now got 48 hours to tell us.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Johansson, please, and then Councillor Barber.
Yeah,
and then we might.
Like when I read the bylaw, there's some bigger industries that have raised concerns around definitions. But reading the kind of purpose of the bylaw, which is requiring waste management operations to obtain council approval, and promoting the effective, efficient, safe collection, transportation, management, storage, processing, treatment, disposal of waste and diverted materials. I was keen to understand if there had been, you've got item D as well, 1.D, which talks about public health and safety. Just why does metal recycling not come under this bylaw?
My understanding is that it does not fall within the definition of waste. It falls the waste and definition of waste under the Waste Minimisation Act.
So it excludes metal, does it?
It's considered a waste. It's not a waste matter.
Were there any submissions that sought the bylaw to address those sorts of matters of that, metal recycling or car crushing?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just a quick question. Ruth, just in the case of someone in my ward who actually had their yellow bin confiscated when it appears that neighbours were putting, from a young men's flat, were putting rubbish in there and that was taken. I mean, what's their recourse in that situation? Because it actually was taken before they actually realised what was going on, taken by us.
Yeah, the process is we have audit teams who go out and check the routes, and if they find, as they're checking the bin, that it's contaminated, then they go through a tiered sort of triage process. So initially we will leave some information and advice. We'll try and educate them. Depends what the nature of the contamination is. If it's recycling,
it was KFC.
So ultimately, if the bin is taken away, what the resident can do is contact us. That comes through to us in the high-risk ticket system, and then our staff will then process that and listen to the version of events that the resident gives us, and then they can investigate that and check that with the audit team. But it's not uncommon for people to have a range of experiences that they'll express to us as to why the bin is contaminated. It just depends on the nature of it. Ultimately, if we're going through the warning process, then they'll get 3 attempts, and then eventually they get a letter saying that the bin will be removed if it happens again. So that's the process. They would phone council and make their case, and then our staff would take that on board. And we do have discretion and leniency. We're trying to improve the situation, not punish somebody because of maybe something that's happening in a wider environment around them.
Yeah, good to understand. Because this person actually, the items that were appearing in their bin, they said didn't originate from their house, and they were getting warnings. It took them a while to actually work out that it was neighbours who were dumping stuff in their bin. Cheers.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillor Kewen, and then I'd like to get into debate if there is any. Aaron?
Apology, my hand's not lowered, sorry.
Oh, all good. Okay, so now we'll go into some debate, please. No debates, great. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Right, now we're up to item 14, and because Councillor McClellan raised the bar so high, Councillor Barbara's his hearings panel report is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, thanks for the pressure, Jake. So the hearings panel want to recommend the proposed naming policy for your approval. We had a hearing on 6th of October, which I chaired, joined by my fellow panel members, Councillors Mark Peters and Aaron Keong. Among the submitters, representatives on behalf of 3 community boards, 2 residents' association and the DPA, the Disabled Persons Assembly, presented their submissions. The policy replaces 2 very old 1993 policies. One, the Roads and Rights of Way naming policy, and the second, the Naming of Reserves and Facilities policy. For several years, community boards which hold the delegations for naming roads, parks and facilities have asked for better guidance for their decisions on naming places and have supported the review of the current policies. Staff have also asked for clearer direction on naming, as have members of the developer community. Staff reviewed the old policies and prepared a replacement policy for naming roads, open spaces, parks and reserves and facilities. The policy supports the current council practices in naming and, 1, set out the criteria for choosing names. These emphasise the importance of names with a meaningful and enduring connection to a place, which reflect local identity, local environments, and social or cultural heritage. 2, identifies the types of names which are not consistent with the policy's criteria, so should not be approved, which provides clarity. 3, takes on board the guidance from mana whenua in respect of Maori names, and important to note that they felt that it didn't need to be involved in every street or every naming situation. 4, provides for gifted names to be accepted without additional consultation. 5, allows dual names, Maori and English, for park and facilities, but leaves it to the decision maker, which is normally the community board, to decide when a dual name is adopted. And 6, outlines when proposals to rename or alter names may be appropriate, and this doesn't occur very often. The council agreed to consult on the draft policy in July, and consultation ran from the 7th of August to the 27th. We received 34 submissions, and as I mentioned, including 4 from community boards, residents associations, and the DPA, Disabled Persons Assembly, and Te Mana Ora. All these organisations fully supported the policy, whilst submissions in support of the proposed policy referred to the content of the policy. The opposing submitters did not actually comment on the content of the policy. There were 9 individual submitters opposed to the policy. They were concerned about any changes to current policies and/or they were concerned about name changes and the use of Māori names. But it's clear the community boards have been concerned about the lack of good guidance on naming for some time, and these policies needed an update. Community boards have also been asking for support in use of Māori names, and the replacement policy provides this. The new policy is also not intended to lead to a lot of renaming. Names are intended to be permanent, and they will only be changed rarely in the limited circumstances now spelt out by the replacement policy. We considered the written and oral submissions and have taken advice from staff, including additional advice from staff about how the policy applies to metropolitan facilities which may have commercial sponsorship deals. We, the panel members, are recommending to you, the council, that we adopt the draft policy as proposed with no changes. I'd like to thank my fellow panel members and acknowledge the mahi of staff, particularly Ruth Littlewood and Andrew Campbell, who were excellent with their advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barber. Question, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. I just have a question about 6.6.3 in terms of the wording. Can I just get maybe some feedback from the panel or staff as to why it was changed from required to encouraged?
You need to wait for the next item. Okay. We're the one before that.
Forewarned.
That's outdoor dining.
Don't be in such a hurry. Good work, Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. Great to hear that you got the additional advice on the ones with commercial sponsorship and stuff. How does that then fit in where we've got a metropolitan facility that has a name, and how does it apply? So if no changes were made, how does it apply? It wasn't clear in the policy to start with how it applies. So, for example, if V-Base wanted, who will have
Venues
operating, it is too. back then. If Venues Otatahi wanted to change the name of Te Kaha because of commercial sponsorship and give it an additional name that would become part of the name, how does that fit in with our policy of council-owned facilities names not being changed?
Could I just
Yeah, it's
answer
probably-
that one? That will be spelt out on the letter of expectation. I think that's coming through to you for Venues Otatahi.
Okay, but so it's not dealt with in the policy. Okay, because the policy had sort of contradictory stuff in it. Yeah.
Ruth, would you care to comment?
The names, Te Kaha may be the permanent name, but venues do have as well sponsorship names, which might be considered temporary names or additional names.
Okay.
Whether a name, a sponsorship name is appropriate, may depend, would in Te Kaha's case, would depend on the letter of expectation between the council and, for example, in this case, Venues Otatahi.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And so it does concern me, but that we're not really explicit over that at this point. But I'm looking forward to doing the letter of expectations and know that we'll address that then. Thanks.
Talk about the quantum. It will be lost.
Okay, is that, I think this is the last one. Yep. Very good. So we'll debate. Oh, Councillor, you happy to move it? Oh, second it. Oh.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Any debate, chaps? Right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Carried. So while you're in the hot seat, Councillor Barber?
Yes.
Number 15.
Thank you. Also on the 6th of October, I had the privilege of being the chair of the Outdoor Dining and Public Places Policy Hearings Panel. Yes. And also was councillors Mark Peters and Aaron Keown, and we heard and considered submissions on this policy. We know that outdoor dining plays a key role in the city's vibrant hospitality culture and economy, and the council has a role to play in providing opportunities for outdoor dining areas and public places. At present, the council manages the outdoor dining using two very outdated and overlapping policies: the delightfully named footpaths extensions to expand cafes onto the roadway policy 1998.
It's like music.
I know, and the more soberly named public street enclosures policy 2006. So these 98 and 2006 policies are no longer fit for purpose. They are difficult for the business community to understand and hard for staff to apply. They do not include requirements for accessibility, and they are not well aligned to current policy settings like our public places bylaw. Staff asked Council for approval to consult on the new draft outdoor dining and public places policy in June. The replacement policy aimed to be user-friendly for applicants and licensees. It included the following key changes. One, guidance for outdoor dining licence applications, how an application will be assessed and the notification of applicants. Two, a requirement for smoke-free and vape-free signage and the removal of ashtrays in line with the 2020 smoke-free and vape-free policy. Three, outdoor dining areas need to be accessible for all pedestrians, including those in wheelchairs. Four, more flexible standards for clear footpath widths along the outdoor dining areas to take into account the different locations from central city to rural townships. Five, requirement to manage waste and litter in and around an outdoor dining area, and licensees are not allowed to use council, street, rubbish bins for waste and litter. And finally, a defined licence term up to 3 years, not the current open-ended term, so that licensees can be reviewed, or licences can be reviewed to address any problems and changes that arise, which also brings them into line with alcohol licence terms as well. On the 7th of June, the Council approved the draft outdoor dining and public places policy for consultation. Consultation ran from 7th of August to 28th of August, like the last one. We received 61 submissions. Overall, most submitters supported the draft policy and the proposed changes. 7 organisations submitted in favour of the key changes of the policy: 2 community boards, the Cancer Society, the Disabled Persons Assembly or DPA, Living Streets Aotearoa, the Victoria Neighbourhood Association, and Te Whatu Ora Health New Zealand. Hospitality New Zealand, the umbrella organisation for hospitality businesses, opposed several aspects of the policy, including compulsory smoke and vape-free signage. 41 submissions were from individuals, 36 in favour of smoke and vape-free requirements. 12 submissions came from hospitality businesses, with 5 in support and 7 opposed to compulsory smoke and vape-free signage. The hearing. We heard from representatives of 2 community boards, the Cancer Society, Living Streets Aotearoa, Terrace Hospitality Group, Viselli Hospitality Limited, and VNA. They all elaborated on the points in their written submissions as outlined in our panel's report. Having considered the written and oral submissions and taken advice from staff, the panel decided to recommend the draft policy to you for approval with one change. We support the notified draft policy, including the key requirements for licences to 1, be accessible and provide accessible clear pathways along the dining areas; 2, be clean, tidy and clear of litter, no litter to be deposited in the council bins; 3, to have a defined term not exceeding 3 years, which provides for regular licence reviews and renewal of licences. And I mentioned also before that alcohol licences also have 3-year terms. However, the panel did not recommend making smoke and vape free compulsory. Our recommended change to the policy is that it encourages rather than requires licensees to have smoke and vape free area. We considered that as licensees know their businesses and clientele best, they should have the choice as to whether or not an outdoor dining area is smoke and vape free. Therefore, we, the panel members, are recommending to you, the council, that we adopt the policy as proposed, except that 6.63 of the policy reads, every licensee of an outdoor dining area is encouraged to display smoke-free and vape-free signage. Ashtrays or other receptacles for smoking or vaping litter are discouraged in an outdoor dining area. I'd like to thank my fellow panel members and acknowledge the work of staff. Again, Ruth and Andrew made a significant difference to our day, so thank you.
Yeah, so in summary, the majority of submitters were not in favour of changing the wording?
The majority of submitters were not in favour of changing the wording. However, I guess we listened mostly to the owners of the businesses who actually ran these types of situations. So, yeah. Okay.
You're a smoker, aren't you, Kelly?
Councillor Templeton, and then...
Sorry, Councillor Barber, do those businesses have a choice of whether they lease council land under various conditions and things?
Oh, I'm sure they would, yeah.
Yeah. And what was their rationale? I mean, because the thing is they don't know if they're going to lose customers because there's people smoking there, right?
I think that's the point that they were trying to make to us, that they would lose customers and that they felt that it already worked. It already worked quite well. That some of these outdoor dining areas start out as dining, but then later on become an area where someone is just having a few drinks, and that's because it's outdoor that people would eventually end up smoking there. And it would be helpful if they were able to have ashtrays out there, etc.
And was any discussion had around the original smoke-free legislation and how the doomsaying and stuff didn't actually come to pass? Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is these sorts are a wee bit out of step with our national policies, but we made a recommendation based on the submissions we heard. Yeah. And how do you see it fitting with our current smoke-free policy? Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Not well.
Could I potentially, as one of the panel members, just step into there?
Yeah.
One of the main reasons that, as a panel, we came to the wording we did was simply down to the fact that the submitters that came and spoke to us, who do lease land off us already for this purpose, have neighbours who are just around the corner, who are on other owned land, who have outdoor dining areas already with the ability to smoke in those outdoor dining areas. And to be able to tie our lessees up and not have a level playing field for the competition was kind of the reason we wanted to at least give them the opportunity that if they want to, they can go smoke free and vape free. That's absolutely fine. But if they don't feel they can, for being able to compete against their neighbours who are on the unfair footing, we want to give them the option to be able to do that. That's all it is.
Okay, just to remind councillors that that we can only support the hearings panel, or we send it back to them to redo it again. So just working down that line. Councillor Coker. Nope, done. Councillor Moore.
Just to clarify one point, the submitters have made their submission on the policy itself, but the wording you've come up with is as a result of all the submissions. So they haven't submitted actively opposing that wording that we've got there. That's been the compromise, right? So it's not like there's been submissions against what's been written here. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
So it's not like submitters have had the chance to submit on a modified wording to try and factor in everyone, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh, and Tyler, and then Councillor Tempton.
Just for clarity, when it comes to hearings panels, we've got to vote on the substantive. We can't split each line up.
No, I don't think we. Hang on, I'll ask.
Sorry.
We can't. Tyler's got a question. Sorry,
I'm just hesitant over the wording of one. Everything else is fine. I just wanted to see if you were able to split it.
You accept it or you need to send it back.
It's one to t'other. Councillor Tempton.
I just want to clarify. So Councillor Moore's question and Councillor Barber's answer around whether people submitted specifically against just encouraging rather than requiring. People did those specifically support, they submitted specifically in support of making them smoke free, didn't they? Because they said,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is in effect the same as against just requiring it. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Donovan.
I just want to check the process because I know this was raised previously and I don't recall what the answer was. Can we put forward an amendment to change that wording or does it? No.
Advice that yes, apparently we can.
So we can? Okay.
Wait for the advice.
So I'm glad I clarified that.
Yeah.
I'd like to put this as a procedural motion.
Yeah.
We're not in debate. We're not in debate.
Do you have to wait till then?
No, can we take
no, you
5
don't.
minutes on
It
that?
stops
Just
debate and puts the
Yeah,
motion.
we'll take 5 minutes and get our head around this, and we'll be right back.
Do you want to? So just in discussion, to be very clear that because it's the custom and practice and advice from the Secretariat and our legal services, we are recommending that if you want this change, and it's a significant change, you send it back to the panel to consider that, look at the submissions and reconsider that, at which time the panel will report back. At that point, you will be clear that you have sufficient information to potentially overturn whatever decision, but we need to make sure that you are basing your decision on the submissions that you are fully across.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a bit unclear there. Are you saying that we need to reconvene?
Yes.
Are you saying you can't make a change, or that it would just be nicer and more polite if we didn't?
Practice is that it goes back to the hearings panel, because what you need to make sure is that the decision is based on the submissions you've heard, and you've weighed up the submissions and made your decision. Only the hearings panel have seen the submissions and can do that, so they need to come back with advice.
So you can't make a change?
You will be able to when it comes back.
Okay, so Councillor Templeton.
Do you want to foreshadow or something? Okay, I'd just like to foreshadow a motion then that we request that the panel reconsider it, especially the change that was made. Just something along those lines. If this one fails, then that's just, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're in debate now, I think. There's enough questions being had.
You need to have had a bit of debate first.
There's a second standing order that I was just trying to locate, which ties in with the standing order about putting a closure motion, which when I find it says there needs to be a certain number of
3 people.
I will defer to Sam.
17. Yeah, or 3 people.
And I have been wrong on a previous occasion, so mea culpa on that. So Rule 1715 in the standing orders about accepting a closure motion may only be accepted when there's been at least 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against the motion that is proposed to be closed, or the chairperson considers it reasonable to do so.
Oh.
Don't look at me.
He's a reasonable man.
I am. Oh, very reasonable.
It's just that
debate.
in the interest
So we'll carry. So do we do more debate? I'm totally lost.
It's up whether you think whether you think there's been reasonable discussion and
Okay.
it's reasonable to put
So debate. Okay, we'll do debate. Councillor Templeton's got debate.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm happy with most of this. It's just this last change, and I think that with the majority of submitters actually supporting us moving to a space where when businesses choose to make money out of leasing council land, public land, we should have the responsibility to make sure that that land is used in a way that is as safe as possible for our vulnerable residents. It's great that the accessibility thing has gone in, but what I don't want is that when residents go to hospitality businesses where or other places where they're making money from the council land that those people are sitting on, that those people are then able to be exposed to toxins and things which will impact their health. Yes, there are other businesses who have land that is not council owned, then people can smoke outside. The businesses who are currently objecting to this condition could choose to go somewhere else if they really wanted that. But currently they're on key sites in our city, and they will attract people anyway. I'm assuming this is mostly businesses down, along Riverside and along the terraces, those kind of areas. They will attract businesses. They will attract custom anyway. When the smoke-free legislation came in, there was lots of doom and glooming from hospitality owners. People will, the bars will shut because people can't smoke. It's simply not the case. These businesses provide an amazing space for people to go and eat, to dine, to drink late into the night, and to have fun with friends. You don't need to smoke to do that. You don't need to vape to do that. You could walk 5 metres outside, still be chatting to your friends outside, but not be in that space. So I've foreshadowed a motion that just asks the panel to reconsider that. I know from talking to panel members that actually, there was some discussion, they're not completely sold on it. And I think that reconsidering would mean that we were fulfilling our duty of care to those vulnerable residents who are sitting outside on council land, currently being exposed to toxins through smoke.
Right, any more debate? Right, Councillor Peters.
Thank you. In response to Councillor Templeton's suggestion that not exposing people to vulnerable community members being exposed to substances, maybe we shouldn't have liquor licences in these places either then, because you're putting liquor out there in front of vulnerable people. So I don't know, maybe we just ban all liquor licences on council land. So sorry, I was being part of that panel. I listened to the businesses that came and had the decency to come and talk to us, and to hear the level playing field not being there because we'll tie their hands behind their back and say, no, you can't have any smoking on your outdoor area, when there's businesses literally within a stone's throw around the corner from these businesses who can have this ability. And we've said to them, we encourage you not to have smoking and vape in your outdoor areas. That's, to me, says, look, if you want to go ahead and make it smoke and vape free, go for it. You can. It's not a problem. But why should we tie their hands behind their back and make it that they cannot compete in their businesses in the central city that's been through a hard time, to tell our hospitality businesses who have struggled a lot through COVID and other things in recent times that you have to follow this rule of exemption of all smoking from your outdoor area, I think is a little bit unreasonable. So hopefully the members around the table here can today look at the idea that we need to support our hospitality industry and give them the opportunity to be able to lease this land off us and have the opportunity to have it smoke and vape free if they really would like to, and I encourage them to. That's why we have encourage in there. And not tie their hand on their back and say, look, go for it, it's not a level playing field.
Okay, thank you very much. I've heard a whole lot of yes and I've heard a whole lot of no. So I'm going to put the motion for what you see that Sam has just highlighted. The whole thing. Okay, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
No.
Division.
Yelling.
Okay, this is for the highlighted from 1, 2, 3 and 4 on screen.
Yes, it's everything.
Yeah, it's everything. Okay. Councillor Templeton.
No.
Councillor McLennan.
No.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. No. Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan. No. Councillor Coker. No. Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes, for sanity.
Councillor Goff is not here. Councillor Henstock,
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for no.
Okay, so that is carried. Thank you very much. Right, now we moving right along to item 16. Councillor Templeton, Climate Change Portfolio Report, please.
It's been a long meeting, so I will take the report as read and just talk to the recommendations. The recommendation, the link through to the report there isn't quite the right one. It was actually the 2018 long-term plan where council said that we had to resolved to let's get the wording up on here. Address the impacts of our decisions on our climate change commitments, and that was wording that we have resolved to do. It has been difficult for the really big ones, such as long-term plans and annual plans in the past, but we are at the point now where not only in the day-to-day decision-making reports, but actually in the big ones that impact the future of our city, we need to make sure that we are reporting on the impacts of these big decisions. And so it's really important that that is through in time for our draft long-term plan, and the decision that we make on the draft long-term plan needs to have the climate change implications in there, so that that's clear both for us and for the communities who then submit on it. The SURF funding has been well traversed today, and so we have a recommendation here that asks councils that are, I guess, via the Mayor to write to both Waka Kotahi and the incoming government on that. I don't believe we should be waiting around on that. There's clearly urgency, and I don't think we need to wait until we find out who the Transport Minister is. I think we can just be getting on with that in the next couple of days, which would be good. And then the reporting on the implementation of Kia Tūroa Te Ao, the climate resilience strategy, given that the portfolios are an advocacy and awareness role more than actual governance oversight. It's really important that the strategy is reported on, and staff were happy with 6 monthly for that reporting. So that's kind of there. Keep it short and sweet.
Very good. Do we have any questions of Councillor Templeton?
Happy to second.
Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. I'm sure there's no debate.
I'll just point out one thing that is good to point out, and if you have a look in the graph, and councillors will hopefully remember those, that was there when we looked at the transport plan, and there is that graph there. And fuel sales in Christchurch, in the Christchurch district, did peak in 2017. That was pre-COVID, and our population has grown by 13,000 since then. It is possible to change people's habits. There's a whole pile of things that go into that change, but that is a good news story. It needs to continue. It needs to ramp up, and looking forward to making decisions in the long-term plan that enable that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So with yes. Okay, so with that, I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. Carried.
Point of order. I've had a media inquiry about the vote on the SURF stuff in terms of it. There was some confusion about the count. I'm just wondering whether there's an update on that.
Sorry, so I'll just clarify that. So Councillor Johansson did vote yes on just item 4 and abstained against the rest. So just on so just on item 4, the count was actually 7 for and 7 against. So that's still tied and lost, but I just had to clarify that.
Cool. Okay.
Is that okay?
Is anyone still confused? Because we could do it again if people want.
See, I actually had black hair before I started today. Righty ho. So, Mayor's monthly report. Okie doke. So, in the essence of time, I'll say that you've all read it. I understand there is an amendment floating around.
Yeah, I've sent that through. So number 5.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So you've got a. Yep. Do you want to talk to that at all?
Did you want me to talk about it as debate or just I'm putting it up? There was really strong support through the review for the re-establishment of committees. I know that those of you who weren't here last term or the term before won't have experience of those types of committees, but the portfolio roles are not governance oversight. And they don't cover all of the areas of council that need governance oversight. They're advocacy and awareness roles. I quite like having the climate portfolio. I'll use it to its best of its abilities. But they lack transparency and accountability. You know, we haven't had we should have had 10 portfolio reports by now. This is the 3rd we've just had. Mm-hmm. And the committees will look at other areas. So committees look at urban development, they look at transport, they look at libraries. We saw today a really good Three Waters report, but we haven't been getting from most areas of council that type of oversight. We don't have a councillor chair of a committee looking at the forward work programs, doing the action tracking, all of those things that the committees would normally do. And I know we are missing things when it comes to that governance oversight. So I would really hope that people will support getting a paper with advice to enable us to re-establish committees. That could be committees of the whole. People didn't really grab those last time. Could be smaller committees with delegations. Doesn't necessarily increase workload. We'd have fewer council meetings, all of that.
Okay, so you will have got a seconder, I assume?
You don't want to second that one? Oh yeah, Mel.
Yeah, so we've got a second. You're right, Sam? Go on. Okay.
Yeah, it just wasn't clear whether it was an amendment up there at the moment because it just said number 5.
Yeah, so what we're doing, we're talking to number 5, and I dare say it's just questions, debate. It doesn't really matter. It's all much the same. I would like to say that I find that councillors and Councillor Temple is good at it too, because the quality of reports is really good. The councillors who have offered to have portfolios are doing it because they're passionate about it, and it's portfolios work as well as the councillor wants it to, and that's clear evidence on what Councillor Templeton comes up. I don't think we need another raft of meetings which take up other council members' time who will be on those committees and a group of staff time. That is just my view, so I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, I think it's an important subject, but I do think I would have preferred a discussion before coming to amendment. No, this is my opinion, that we should sit around a table as councillors and discuss it, because if there are others feeling this as well, it would be good to air that on the table and move forward, because what we're really here to do is run the city as efficiently and as respectfully as possible for all of the ratepayers of Christchurch.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Makes you want to speak to item 3. Can you just come to me whenever the most appropriate time for that is?
You're just looking at the amendment at the moment.
You're just looking at the amendment at the moment. Yeah. So no other. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I won't support the amendment. Having been here last term, we would convene committee meetings for literally one report a lot of the time. And I thought in terms of if we are going to focus on, if there's a desire to have more governance oversight of stuff, which I actually think we have adequate oversight, and I think there are mechanisms in place to do that. Actually, I think the mechanism would be to bring forward more regular reporting to council. But I'm not sure that convening committee meetings, for literally last term, I could probably rattle off 20, 25 where we'd convene for one paper. And the amount of secretariat work that would go through for something like that when a paper could come to council, in my view, just doesn't seem overly effective or efficient. And actually, if we're going to focus our resource and time, it should be maybe, if we need to, like we may do today, extending the council meeting into the following day, where we have that committee of the whole. So I'm not sure that what's the information being provided for, particularly at the moment, is the best use of the Democratic Services team's time to provide something. Just having been here and gone through it last term, we would, like I say, convene for literally one paper a lot of the time.
Okay, Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Kia ora. Happy to support it on the basis that it's just getting advice to see what it looks like. It's providing options for potential committee structures, and there may possibly be holes within the current framework we've got outside of our portfolios that help encourage local democracy and governance. So I'm okay to seeing how it goes, and all good to see what info comes to us. And I understand the work that the Secretariats do and staff do, and also noting that I am also looking forward to seeing what the Equity and Inclusion group is going to be doing, as per my multicultural report, and also the youth engagement stuff after Te Pai Pakari. Kia ora.
Okay, rightio. Any more? Yes, Councillor Templeton, then Councillor Peters.
I am increasingly concerned that we are missing stuff. I have asked at a governance level for nearly a year now for a range of reports that would give us oversight. I don't know anyone around this table who could put their hand on their heart and say that they know what the forward work program looks like in many areas of our organisation, or that how the action trackers are going. At the moment, the chair of this committee is the mayor, and the responsibility for all of keeping all of that stuff under control is the mayor's, and I think that is too much for one person. That is why we have committees, where we have a councillor who is the chair and the deputy chair of a governance oversight group who would get regular reporting from the business heads over those things. There is simply not enough time in the day for any one person to be over all of those things, or even two people with the deputy. And I think we're missing stuff. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Peters, please. Yep.
Thank you. I'm with Councillor Harrison-Hunt on this one, in that all it's asking for is a bit of a check and a report to make sure that this doesn't make perfect sense. I appreciate the thought that extra workload might come out of it, but also want to refer to Councillor Templeton's comments there that I just want to make sure we're not missing stuff. Having only been around this table for a year now, I don't know what I'm missing, so to speak. So it would be good just to have a bit of a check right now to make sure that this doesn't make good sense to perhaps go ahead and explore. And if it doesn't, that's fine. But I'm all for having a look and seeing whether it makes sense or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone else? I'll just have one last little bit. The little bit that I can bring forward from last time to the people who were never here before, weren't here last time. There was a lot of work went into this from staff, and I go along with Councillor MacDonald. You hear it all there, and then you hear it all in here, and you go, how many times have I heard this? And it's I also believe that this term we have got a lot more through with a lot less effort. It just seems we seem to be getting more done without clagging ourselves up with other committees and stuff like that. So I won't be supporting the two on Zoom. Okay, I won't be supporting the amendment. But having said that, I have Councillor Kewen on Zoom and then Councillor Fields on Zoom.
Councillor Fields has now put his hand down. Sorry.
Councillor Kewen, you there, Aaron?
Yeah, having been through a couple of councils now with both versions, I'm finding this current format working quite well. A couple of councillors have already said that you end up doing all the work twice. If it's important, it should be coming to all of us, which is basically everything we do is important, so it should come to all of us. And you often have a committee, you go through it all, then you go back for, say, 3 or 4 councillors that aren't on that committee to then just hear it all again at council. So it makes no sense. It's not efficient. I think this version's working well, and we are getting some good information from staff, and I do feel comfortable with the situation we have. And it's been long said in local politics that the real reason for having committees is so people can be a chair and be a spokesperson to get their name in the paper a lot more often. And that is, I don't know that that's true or not, but it's something that goes round, and that would be a bit of a shame, because I think the way we've been operating has worked pretty well. And I like the portfolio situation. I like people's passion for it, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the new one goes with Andre.
Okay, right. So with that, I'll put this motion. It's for number 5 only.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry. I said your name, but you shot off. Carry on, mate. Fire away.
Thanks, Mitchell. Look, I'm happy to support Sarah's amendment. I think it's worth, and just to tautoko Councillor Peters and Councillor Harrison Hunt's comments, it's worth just checking in just to see how things are going. There's no harm in that. If efficiency is what we're after, it's important to have an iterative approach just to sort of see where things are at. I mean, it's all very well having a portfolio approach to be more efficient, but if efficient's not seeing anything, and there's a couple of portfolios I haven't seen anything on, so I'm just wondering if that's efficient at all, if we don't see anything. So it would be quite good to be able to know what the minimum standards are for a portfolio approach. And so, yeah, just really happy just to have a bit of a look just to see if we're doing it the right way. And I think that is an efficient way to do things.
Okie dokie. So with that, I will put this motion, which is number 5, for the amendment. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No.
The ayes.
Well, that is lost.
I think it's passed. Show of hands. Show of hands or division?
I think someone's called a division.
Yeah.
Or is it passed?
It's passed.
Do we want vote?
Show of hands.
Oh, just show of hands. All of those who were happy with the... All right.
Okay, so for number 5 highlighted on the screen, Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Johansson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter, Councillor McLennan.
Sorry, I missed your clarification on what we're voting on. This is for the amendment or the substantive?
5.
On 5. Yes.
Sure. Councillor Barber,
No.
Councillor Goff is not here. Councillor MacDonald,
No.
Councillor Kewen,
No.
Councillor Fields,
Yes.
the Mayor,
No.
Councillor Scundrett, no. Councillor Harrison Hunt,
Aye.
Councillor Coker, yes. Councillor Templeton, Councillor Donovan,
Yes.
Councillor Peters,
Yes.
and Councillor Henstock.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
So that is passed by an extremely small margin. So now I need to ask for a seconder for my report.
Mr. Mayor,
hello.
if I may,
Yes.
provide some advice.
Yes.
In light of that amendment, it would be my recommendation that you withdraw the proposed recommendations 2, 3, 6, 7 and 8 in light of the advice yet to come from staff. Do you wish to progress with the portfolio review or not, I guess would be the question.
Okay.
Do you want to proceed with this, or do you want to just wait for that advice?
So can I ask?
I think, well, it's my report. We'll wait for the advice. Okay. So we don't put it at all?
To you, I just wanted to raise the question for the councillors to consider.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess the if it's okay with you, Mayor Phil, could we just have Sam? Could we get some revised wording to the effect of not appointing because, like you say, if the strong senses get a report, change the structure, you don't want to appoint people for 2 or 3 months, are you? So.
Yes, the mayor can just withdraw them.
No, I'm
because it
ready to
hasn't
get
got a
cracking.
second.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and if I knew that the was the case, I would have argued very strongly against it in the first place and not voted for it.
No, exactly.
If you want to proceed, it's there, you can. I'm just...
We're getting a report, not adopting a committee structure. We're just getting a report. No decision has been made.
So are we going to stop for another couple of minutes just to make sure we're all on the same wavelength?
You'll be stopping for
Yeah,
hours.
adjourn for 5 minutes,
Everyone
please.
on the same
Yeah, sorry. And was my seconder, is that right, for the mayor's report? Yeah. So I'm now putting my mayor's report with the amendment in to go and get a staff report on going forward, maybe.
Actually, no, that's not a helpful comment, Dara. No. I was going to say.
Never stopped you before.
I'm happy. I'm happy to second it. I just wondered if we should put fixed term expiries on the new appointments of portfolio holders.
Councillor.
We'll wait. Shut up.
Councillor, the terms of reference expire at the end of this current triennium.
Okay, so we'll put thank you.
I'd like to speak to it, please.
Speak away.
Well, it's been a long day. I'm going to finish off with something wonderful, happy, and reinvigorating for you to go home with.
Smoking and vaping.
You can do what you like after this meeting. I will not be doing that. I'm going to an arts advisory group in 29 minutes, and I will be supporting number 3 and appointing Councillor Moore as the Arts and Creative Portfolio Holder. It has been a tough time for the arts and creative industry since the earthquakes.
Don't add more stress onto the fly.
If this stresses you out, then go have a cigarette. Have had buildings needing demolished, repaired. We've lost massive younger and creative residents to other cities for opportunities. That's not to mention COVID more recently. But these are very, very exciting times for the arts in Christchurch. We've got world-class facilities online now, and there is even more to come. These are very tough times in our council finances. But the good news is there's the private sector and businesses within the arts and creative industries which are bringing massive visitors here and economic benefits without any ratepayer funding whatsoever. And it is our job to make it easy for the sector to do business, not harder, so economic benefits can flow and the ability to showcase the exceptional local talent to our city and indeed the world is enhanced. So just the other day, I dashed across town from a Filipino concert to Te Hapua for an art exhibition, and then I walked past the Christchurch Symphony Orchestra at the Town Hall, the Causer on at Hagley Park. There was a drum and bass festival rocking the absolute bollocks out of Cathedral Square, and there's even more going on in the one day. So our city is positively humming. Christchurch isn't just back, it's nearing the cusp of being back and better than ever. And it is the arts that will help us get there. I'm very much looking forward to reporting back 6 monthly with all things arts and all things creative industries. Thanks for getting us there.
That's very good. And your passion and advocacy for your new portfolio, I wish you all the best and any support I can give you. So with that, I'm going to put my mayor's report with everything in it. All those in favour? Against? Yee! Thank you. Carry. Right, now we move on to number 18, which is going to take even less time. Councillor MacDonald is happy to move it, and Councillor Johansson probably moved it already because it was his notice of motion, so to be Councillor MacDonald is seconding it. So it's very, very clear what has to happen. Shall we just put it out there?
I'll just introduce it very quickly.
Yeah.
Thanks. Look, I think the Ombudsman's report is excellent. It's called Open for Business, and it really makes a number of points. But the key thing here is that we should have a general policy of a general policy of not advertising workshops or having all workshops closed to the public, because it's likely to be unreasonable. And it's very clear in terms of the Local Government Act that a local authority should conduct its business in an open, transparent, and democratically accountable manner. The decision, this is quoting the Ombudsman's report, the decision to close a workshop should be made on individual merits rather than being based on a blanket rule. In the past, when I've sought advice from the organisation over our briefings and being able to extend the invite to the community, I've been told that there was an ELT directive that briefings are not usually open to the public. Now, I think that needs to change and be flipped around, that we should accept that the briefing should be open to the public as a default setting, but there will be times when there are cases where they should not, but that should be as an exception rather than a rule. Just to highlight 3 of the 4 or 5 of the separate briefings that the community have been unable to see: a right-hand turn arrow into Ferry Road, a Phillipstown pedestrian crossing, Bromley traffic plan, surf, and of course our LTP. And while I acknowledge that we have taken some steps as a council to be more transparent with things like audio visual recording of our council meetings, and also in terms of releasing some information from the LTP briefings after the fact, There have been times where this council has done its entire LTP process in an open committee format that didn't result in any adverse reaction to what we were discussing, and I think led to an open and transparent system being put in place. Now, in conclusion, the reason that I will support the report rather than having, which was my first preference in my notice of motion, to go immediately to change the default setting, is I acknowledge that the staff want to look at different things that they can do, including the resources, to make sure that we can respond to a lot of the different things in the Ombudsman's report. And so I acknowledge that there may be some time taken. I would hope that, though, that we can do this as soon as possible, noting that our resident survey, the statistics are bleak. 35% say that they're satisfied with understanding our decision making. 29% are satisfied with public involvement in our decision making, and only 1 in 4, 24%, are satisfied that we're operating in an open and transparent manner. We have the ability to start to change that by receiving the report and then making sure that we can be more open and transparent with this notice of motion. So I hope people will support it. Thank you.
Okay. You happy to see? You want to speak? Yep. All right.
I was going to say, thanks, Yanni, for bringing this along. I think it's actually a useful report to get because it will put a line in the sand on what we can do, what we should be doing in public, and I think we're doing a lot, I think, and in terms of what we're providing. But it's a very good signal to the community that we actually are really definitive on that come February of next year. I look at the LTP, for example, this year. I think it's a new approach in terms of recording them, releasing them a couple of days after we ensure we don't compromise commercial sensitivity or impact the well-being of council staff through what may or may not need to be considered. And I think that approach has worked really, really well. So if we can get a line in the sand on this, then actually that's one thing that we can confidently communicate to the community, that actually we're doing everything in line with what the Ombudsman has said and we're meeting our requirements under the Act. I'm confident we are, but I welcome any changes that would help drive better outcomes and more transparency.
Right, I'll throw my 5 bobs at it. I'm happy to support this because it's just, I shouldn't say it's just a report, it's coming to us, but one of the concerns that I do have is if some of our workshops and stuff are in public, we won't be full and frank with each other. We won't have honest discussion. Some people will be guarded in what they do. There will be cost for the organisation, and sometimes, and not necessarily this year or next year, but there could well be grandstanding, and we don't need that. We need to get on with what we're here for to do. And if we can do it in a good environment where we can bounce off ideas off each other's and not have any political aspirations and stuff like that, I think it's better, but I'm welcome report. Thank you. So with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Right. So now I need to move into PX. Have I got a mover, which is Pauline, and seconded by Sam? See you later, Sinead. Oh, sorry. All of you.
Motion to go into PX.
Yeah, I put the motion.
No, motion to go into PX.
Motion to go to PX. It is. Did I not? The excitement of the day. All those in favour? Against? Carried. It was so quick after the other one. That's